Hello, good morning and welcome to the news at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM in Accra, on Love 99.5 in Kumasi and myjoyonline.com. We're also live in all 16 regions of Ghana on X Spaces and on Facebook. This morning, 4 in critical condition following the harrowing Obuasi mine shooting, with more as the Ashanti Regional Minister designate confirms 9 deaths.
Some of them are Muslims and you may need the body as early as possible. We are speaking to key stakeholders to make sure that we can work on the bodies and then get the bodies to the families for the appropriate burial.
Also, the government's free admission for tertiary students cost Ghana almost 350 million Ghana cedis as Education Minister designate promises to refund for all current level 100 students.
And will provide 375 million Ghana cedis to support that. So every student who has paid will have a refund of his money.
Also, Roads Minister designate pushes for a review of road contracts, revealing the current debt under the sector has ballooned from 17 billion cedis to over 100 billion cedis.
The NPP government is leaving a minimum of 100 billion Ghana cedi commitment. And if you keep that money on the books, it keeps getting worse. So maybe we need to sit down with all the stakeholders to see where we cut our losses.
We'll also bring you the latest of President John Mahama's key appointments in business.
Now, former Minister of Finance said Tekpe appointed presidential advisor on economy in latest round of nominations by President John Mahama.
These and more with me, Mami Sinyamiche Thompson. Please stay. Now, 4 persons are fighting for their lives at the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital after the harrowing shooting at the Anglo Gold Obuasi mine on Saturday. The miners are reported to have breached a security fence at one of the abandoned concessions and were confronted by military guards. Ashanti Regional Minister designate Dr. Frank Amwakohene visited the survivors and the incident site to ascertain information. He confirms 9 people dead.
We came on behalf of the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. He was in town yesterday and he delegated us to engage with all stakeholders involved in this incident. So we started from Komfanochi, where we visited the injured, 4 of them so far. Many have been discharged. Those who are still on admission, they have some level of injuries to mainly their lower limbs and upper limbs. From there, we had to move to Obuasi, where the incident occurred, to look at the bodies in terms of those who are deceased. We came here, 9 bodies are here. We're working to identify all of them so that we can know the identity of the people affected.
Dr. Amwakohene has called for calm as investigations proceed to establish circumstances that led to the shootout.
We want to assure everyone that we need a very peaceful community in order that we will be able to coexist and keep the unity and the form in which we have our democracy operating so far as Ghana is concerned. We don't want anyone to take the laws into your own hands. The president, in whom you trust, and for that matter, you voted for him massively, has assured the community and every stakeholder that he's going to pursue the matter to its meaningful conclusion.
Meanwhile, nightlife in the Obuasi town is grinding to a halt. Emmanuel Bright Kweku reports.
It's about 8 p.m. in Obuasi, and most of the streets in the gold town are becoming empty. The recent impasse in the community has brought an easy calm as a number of the night traders pack out before their usual closing time. Atajwa sells bread along the Mangwase stretch of the main Obuasi road leading into the town center. This has been her daily source of livelihood in the last 9 years.
Christmas you cried the 11 and 10:30.
During Christmas, we could close around 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. We usually don't close early, but following the incident, we have to pack our stuff and leave early. Ekuya also sells at one of the lorry stations in the heart of the town. She says the situation has in the last 2 days impacted her daily sales.
4 million or 5 million. It's 2 million.
I usually make more profits, but now I am unable.
Emmanuel Bright-Kweku's report. Away from Obuasi, President John Mahama has announced critical appointments to his office. The newly appointed individuals, drawn from diverse fields, are expected to leverage their extensive experience and commitment to advance his government. Wednesday Namwa comes in studio and tells us the list, or those that make the list of these appointments. Wednesday.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, so we have Joyce Bar Mukhtar, who is presidential advisor and special aide to the president. Stan Dogbe is deputy chief of staff operations. Nana Oye Bampo Ado is deputy chief of staff administration. Seth Tekbe is presidential advisor on the economy. Professor Francis Dodu, presidential advisor, National Anti-Corruption Program. Larry Bevlolate, special envoy to the Alliance of Sahelian States. Nanaya Jantua, presidential staffer. Beatrice Anangfio is presidential staffer. And Shamima Muslim is deputy presidential spokesperson. And then Professor Kweku Dansobuafo is cabinet secretary.
Thank you so much, Wednesday. Now, government's free admission for tertiary students is expected to cost Ghana almost 350 million cedis a year. That's a revelation from Education Minister Designate Haruna Idrisu. Mr. Idrisu also provided clarity on what he intends to do with the controversial e-blocks at his vetting on Monday. There's more on this report.
We'll also launch the No Fee Stress Initiative, providing fee-paying support to eligible students, especially through the Student Loan Trust Fund.
The NDC's promise for free admission for tertiary students and the promise to review free SHS became two most controversial policies in the education sector during the campaign period. The matter came up strongly at the vetting of the Minister Designate for Education, Haruna Idrisu, and this was his response.
The population of students, it will be in the region of 125,000 as I look at it, and will provide 375 million Ghana cedis to support that. So every student who has paid will have a refund of his money.
On the future of the controversial day senior high schools, he admits that the government may have to convert some of the e-blocks into boarding schools.
I saw a facility where many of the catchment communities needed that. We would have no difficulty expanding boarding facilities where necessary.
But how does he intend to tackle the many industrial actions over allowance arrears in the educational sector?
I know many teachers' unions are waiting for President Mahama to assume office, and they will say our outstanding allowances have not been paid. We will deal with it what is available in the national kitty.
James Savage's report for Joy News.
Well, the road sector debt has ballooned more than 400% since 2017. It's now moved from 17 billion cedis to over 100 billion cedis. That's according to the Roads Minister Designate governs Kwame Agboja as he pushes for a review of contracts.
The government has expressed deep concern over the ballooning road sector debt, which Roads Minister Designate Kwame Agboja revealed has surpassed 100 billion cedis, with a significant portion attributed to interest payments.
The NPP government is leaving a minimum of 100 billion Ghana cedi commitment. What you should be worried about, though, is that in that same document, they are saying that certificates unpaid as of today from GOG amounts to about 20 billion Ghana cedis.
These figures are even just tentative.
So cost to complete will be more than this.
To address the mounting debt, the Minister Designate proposed a sector-wide review followed by a national dialogue that could involve potential cuts.
We need to sit down with all the stakeholders to see where we cut our losses.
For the first time, the government provided a glimpse into its plans to reintroduce road tolls, which will primarily rely on technology rather than traditional physical booths.
Well, the Agric Minister Designate Eric Opoku was also before the committee and says government will deploy a program similar to a champion's Operation Feed Yourself to help boost agricultural production, increase food self-sufficiency and create employment for the youth.
At least we should take advantage of the rich soil to produce the basic vegetables that we need in our homes. We are also going to encourage institutional farming. Under this, every secondary school in this country will be made to own a farm. If we're able to do this, we can reduce the cost of school feeding. We can also improve both the qualitative and the quantitative aspect of the food that is served to our students. We are also going to encourage the churches and the Muslim entities to also invest in farming.
Agric Minister Designate Eric Opoku ending this morning's bulletin, but be assured that the vetting continues today and Joy News will be bringing you live details from Parliament House. I am Amiesi Nyamiche Thompson. Up next is Business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Google me. At what time will you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car? No, I don't change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel where I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so. This is the type of fuel where they want to. Cause now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir. Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mindset be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. One pair way now open there. Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel? Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you. Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside? I give you info. Make a feel the gobe too small. Go. Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
Are you a female entrepreneur, young business owner, agribusiness, fintech, or agri-tech venture? This one's for you. We see your need for funding for your business, and we believe that your story matters. So in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, ABSA is offering you collateral-free loans of up to 1 million Ghana cedis at 10% interest rate per annum. We've already pumped over 1.3 billion cedis into over 6,000 businesses. Yours is next. Visit our SME project office, your nearest ABSA branch, or head to absa.com.gh. Your story matters. ABSA.
How secured are you? Let me ask you again. How secured are you? Say yes loud with confidence when you are protected by Millennium Insurance, because it gives you great reliability and comfort. Sign on any of our products today, be it motor, fire, burglary, accidents, travels, bonds, liabilities, engineering, marine and aviation insurance. Visit our offices in Accra, Northridge, Tema, Kumasi, Kofridia, Takrady, or any of our 30 agents nationwide. Call 0302-766-631 or 0504-394-997.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resort. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castnet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, while you pet and feed them. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
What are you paying for? A delicious meal at the restaurant? Do it with SG Ghana Visa Card. Buying fuel for your car? Do it with SG Ghana Visa Card. Shopping online or at the mall or your favorite supermarket? Do it with SG Ghana Visa Card. When you need to pay, do it with SG Ghana Visa Card. With a large network of merchants and payment points, the SG Ghana Visa Card is your secure and convenient way to get things done in Ghana. You can also use the SG Ghana Visa Card for secure online purchases. Make your life easy and use your SG Ghana Visa Card today. To find out more, call 0302-214-314. That's 0302-214-314. Société Générale Ghana. The future is you.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM and the 6 a.m. news brought to us by Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. Absa Bank Ghana Limited, your story matters, and Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner. Coming up is the Joy Business Report brought to us by Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature, and Omni Basic Bank at your service. Winston Taki, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Yourself?
Well, God is still taking care of his children, and I believe you've been monitoring, the vetting of ministerial nominees. But for most of you in business, what you may be concerned about is the appointment of Seth Tekbe as presidential advisor on the economy. We'll find out. There's been other appointments. We'll find out what all of them would bring to the table and why the president decided to make these appointments. This morning we'll be joined by Felix Kwachofosu, who's the acting spokesperson for President John Dramani Mahama. We'll find out, what the president's life over the last 2 weeks has been. And now that the president has talked about thousands of CVs on his table when he has very few appointments to make, it will be important to know, for instance, how he's coping with all of that. But also, for many of you who are concerned about electricity, would ask those questions. How are we keeping the lights on? What's the plan? Have we solved the problem? We know that the West African gas pipeline has actually postponed its planned scheduled maintenance. What does that mean? Does that mean that within the next 2 weeks we'll be able to get enough fuel? So, that's a conversation we'll have. But yesterday at the Appointments Committee, in case you missed it, this is what Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture, Eric Opoku, said.
I find it extremely difficult appreciating why at a time when cocoa production is declining, office expenditure is ballooning. Ghana went to the syndicated market and then took a loan of $800 million to purchase 850,000 tons of cocoa. At the end of the season, we were unable to produce the 850,000 tons. So we defaulted on the loan. And then they decided to roll over that delivery to this year. The quantity is 374,000 tons. This is the figure they gave us during the transition.
Okay, so that's Eric Opoku. Of course, a lot of the questions on cocoa, as expected. But also, Haruna Idrisu, Minister Designate for Education. Listen to him talking about free tertiary education.
President Mahama and the NDC promised free tuition for students from level 100 who would undertake normal programs in the various public universities of our country, including what he has said expanded to private tertiary institutions. They number a population for which the country will require about 345 million Ghana cedis. Of the population of students who enter tertiary institutions, that is what the state will be required to do. And in education, it will be appreciated if, and parliament members are here, if we can dedicate 20% of national expenditure into education, or allocate at least a minimum of 5 to 6% of GDP to support education, then over a 10-year period, we would have done enough to expand and make these facilities available. At the basic level, and this was my concern, you haven't achieved free compulsory universal basic education, and you have up there a free senior high school education.
So that's Tamale South MP and Minister Designate for Education, Haruna Idrisu. Of course, my own senior from Mauli School, governs Kwame Agboja, Minister Designate for Roads and Highways, was also there. Listen to him.
When the issue of the road toll started, our side, Honorable former minority leader, together with me and the former road minister, Honorable Makwata, decided to caution government that do not cancel or suspend road toll. Let's rather find ways of plugging the leakages in terms of the collection and enhance it. I believe there was a level of negligence in the way it was done.
Right, so this morning we're asking a very simple question. What's your own assessment of the day 2 of vetting? Were the questions the right questions? What about the responses? For those of you who had concerns with the chairman's handling of the committee on the first day of vetting, do you see any improvement? Get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. Time now for the Joy Business Report with Winston Taki and the team.
Good morning and welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up, former Minister of Finance said Tekpe appointed Presidential Advisor on Economy in latest round of nominations by President John Mahama. Also, government set to roll out new program aimed at taking rising food prices and improve the country's reserve position. And Ghana tops global ranking for mobile money regulatory for last year. My name is Winston Taki. Let's now settle for the details. Now to our first business story. Former Minister of Finance said Tekpe has been appointed by President John Mahama as Presidential Advisor on the Economy. This was captured in the latest round of appointment released from the presidency last night. Also moving on, Meanwhile, the President, John Mahama, is expected to release his last batch of ministerial appointees later today. This is what Joy Business has picked up from persons close to the President. There is more in the following report.
Joy Business understands that formal letter could be dispatched this morning to the Speaker of Parliament, Aben Babin, giving details of these appointments. This is after the President signed off these ministerial appointments yesterday. We are also learning that the announcement couldn't have been made yesterday because Parliament was not sitting. Sources say the list will be made known to the public after it is read on the floor of Parliament by the Speaker. President John Mahama is also insisting that he will stick to his campaign promise of 60 government ministers. Many in the business community, however, will be looking forward to see who will be nominated as the Minister of Communications.
That is a Business Desk report. Still on appointment, some managing directors and chief executives appointed by the President to the 10 state institutions have assumed office. Joy Business understands that the managing director of the Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company, BOST, Afechi Awono, yesterday, for instance, engaged with the staff of the company. Director General of the National Lottery Authority, Mohammed Abdul Salam, also met with the staff last week. Now moving on, the Agric Minister designate Eric Opoko has revealed that government will roll out a new program aimed at checking rising food prices and security issues. George Wiafe has the rest of the story.
Answering questions from Parliament's Appointment Committee, the Agric Minister designate noted that this program would also help deal with high inflation in the country.
In the Ghana Statistical Service report, they indicate that food inflation, which came to 23%, has increased to 27.8% on the back of rising prices of eggs, which clearly means that we have to push a lot of resources into that sector.
Minister designate also revealed that they will roll out another program to deal with the high food losses and storage problems facing the sector. He also backed proposals to review the way Ghana sells its cocoa beans following recent development on the international market.
In the case of this year, the predictions are all over that there is shortage and therefore price of cocoa will go up. And so it will not make sense if you engage in forward sales and lock up.
On addressing the low credit extension to farmers in the sector, the minister designate revealed that an insurance scheme will soon be rolled out to deal with challenges facing the sector.
That was a report by George Wiafe. Let's still stay on the veteran because Roads and Highways Minister designate Kwame Govins Abuja is promising to work with the Finance Minister to deal with the high level of debt and delayed payments. The minister said this when he appeared before the appointment committee. There is more in the following report.
Answering questions from members of the committee, the minister-designate noted that everything must be done to deal with this challenge.
This cannot continue. This is not value to Ghana. This is not value to the contractor. This is money being wasted. We cannot accept that you owe somebody 4 billion and in this year you are going to pay a total of 15 billion. That is principal plus interest. This cannot continue.
The minister-designate also revealed that they will depend on technology for the rollout of the road tolls. Roads and Highways Minister-designate Kwame Abuja has revealed that he would push for a review over how road projects are awarded in the country.
The way we contract, the way we write some of the contracts have to be reviewed. Government itself need to take a step back to find out whether it is appropriate to keep awarding projects when no one knows where the projects are going to be financed.
The minister-designate noted that he will also push for some innovative ways to finance road construction in the country.
Now, in another development, Ghana has emerged as the top country in the world with the most effective mobile money regulation. This was captured in the 2024 GSMA Mobile Money Index. There is more in the following report.
Ghana came on top with an overall score of 95, the highest recorded out of the 90 countries that were reviewed in the rankings for last year. The report again showed that Ghana came on top in the 5 major dimension scores like transparency, consumer protection, integrity and oversight of operation, and organizational government. The country in other variables used that affected the overall index saw Ghana scoring 100% in more than 30 indicators. The Global System for Mobile Communications is an organization that represents the interests of mobile network operators across the world, with more than 750 operators. The report is coming at a time that other donor partners have praised Ghana when it comes to the sector's regulation over the years.
That is a Business Desk report. Meanwhile, Chamber of Mines is asking government to adopt a comprehensive measure that will help deal with the root cause of illegal mining. This was contained in a statement issued by the Chamber following development in Obuasi in the Ashanti region. It added that the importance of the sector to national development cannot be overemphasized, hence the need to work together to prevent such unfortunate incidents. Now, some financial observers are hopeful the gold board concept being introduced by the John Mahama administration could bring some transparency in small-scale mining and regulations of the sector. As part of its mandate, newly appointed Managing Director of the Precious Minerals Marketing Company, Sami Jemfi, has been tasked to establish the gold board to manage and market the country's gold resources. Speaking on the issue, financial analyst Dr. Benjamin Amoah expressed optimism it will be useful if it operates properly.
Clearly, if you read between the lines, it is going to be something like the Ghana Cocoa Board, but this time around in the area mainly focusing on small-scale mining, because that is where there has been a lot of issues and a lot of lack of transparency. For the large-scale mining companies, sometimes documentations and trade on their activities is easy, but if you look at the small-scale mining, it's sometimes a bit difficult to know what is happening there. So if we have the board, definitely the issue of transparency will be much more clearer for all industry players to have their eye into and to appreciate what is happening, most especially in the area of the small-scale mining sector.
Dr. Benjamin Amoah is an economist. Now, moving on, the head of Ghanaian European Center for Jobs, Migration and Development has underscored the need to focus on vocational and technical skills to create more jobs for Ghanaians. He gave the advice after the EU-Germany-Ghana Joint Action Project aimed at training young people with vocational skills graduated about 500 people at the Accra Technical Training Center.
Yes, under the Jobs Migration Development Program, GIZ with the Sparkassen Foundation and the Labor Department was organizing trainings for people to become self-employed with small businesses in some fields like hairdressing, catering, whip making, electrical, mechanical. So here in the Greater Accra region we have 151 people. In our 5 regions where we have done this program, it's 500.
Andreas Berden is head of Ghanaian European Center for Jobs, Migration and Development at GIZ Ghana. On Investor Eye today, Ebo Enuama Mensah, Chief Technical Officer at IT Consortium, sends caution to users of mobile money lending mobile apps and digital platforms. He shares a guide on how to fish out illegal money lending apps.
any mobile app today, financial product on an app, must be licensed by the central bank, right? So one of the first things you look out for is that, is this product licensed? If it's not licensed, don't use it. And I think the Bank of Ghana representative Kwame mentioned that they did a sweep and arrested a number of people because those people had apps that people were patronizing to take loans, and then they found out that they were being scammed, right? So the first thing to do is to make sure that that app you are downloading to use, that the company that's providing that app is licensed by the central bank, and you can go to their website to find out.
Ebo Enuama Mensah is the Chief Technical Officer at IC IT Consortium. Now moving and bringing you an update on the currency market. The dollar is going for 16 cities 20 pesos. That is the rate some forex bureaus are offering to their clients this morning. The British pound is going for 19 cities 50 pesos. The euro is going for 16 cities 50 pesos. Commercial banks, on the other hand, are selling it at a dollar at 14 cities 95 pesos. Now, on the commodities front, crude oil this morning is selling at $80 a barrel. Gold went up by $18 and is going for $2,726 an ounce. Cocoa is trading at $11,173 a ton after going up by more than $600 from yesterday's trading. That's all for the Joy Business Report. My name is Winston Taki. Now taking the seat is Winston Amwa himself.
Yeah, Winston, thank you very much. The dollar is appreciating, which means the city is depreciating. I know George wants to say something, but let me say good morning to the Member of Parliament for Bodi, the Honorable Samson Ahi.
You know that the challenges with the CD in Q1 is expected, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so but let's see how they manage the rate of depreciation.
Okay. Which means we can go for our inspirational song for today. Winston Taki, how do you say Song of Strength in Ghana?
Hewalelala.
I can't hear that.
Hewalelala.
Take your time again.
Hewalelala.
Okay, I like that. I'm sure on a very good day you'd have missed the H.
I'm telling you. You almost got me there.
I know. Your first one was Hewalelala. And I said, come again. And now you put the H there. Anyway, so that's Perez Music with Hewalelala. That's our inspirational song for today here on the Super Morning Show. strength. There's when I asked Winston Tucky to say it. First one, he said Ewalelala. Anyway, good morning, Raymond.
Good morning, Mama V. What's the Dangme version of Ewalelala?
I honestly do not know.
The Krobo version, you don't know?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Why?
Raymond, why are you trying to worry Mama V this early morning?
Are you not from Somanya?
Her mother is from Somanya.
She's from Somanya.
I am.
Yes.
But I...
So
I said Tekpe on the show.
Tekpe is actually from Somanya. That's not in doubt. So when you
see him,
and Mama V are from the same place. Mama V's mother is from Somanya.
Mama V's mother is from Somanya.
Or you are suggesting that
Mama V is from Somanya. That's what we know for sure.
Oh, she's from Angola.
Hold on.
And Tegbi.
The rule is that we know that the mother gave birth to her.
Yes, we may not be sure of your father.
Yes.
Okay.
So Mama V is from Somanya.
That's an account principle.
Yes, we know that you have gone to claim voter ambassador.
This thing that you
but for the avoidance of doubt, you are from Somanya. You can be from one place and represent the other.
So,
for example, Eric Opoku became Ashanti regional minister when he's not from there. You know that, right?
Yes, at some point, yes.
Yes. Also, Kojoyanka became Ashanti regional minister when he's not from there.
Yes.
Menla became Eastern regional minister
when
he's not from there. Brilliant. I am saying you can represent a group like you are representing visit voter and yet not be from the place. So you are from Somanya for the avoidance of
Let's get to a drive safe campaign.
Yes, it's an important campaign that makes sure that you drive safe on the Somanya stretch. Drive Safe campaign is brought to you by John News and the Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota Superior Quality, Imperial General Assurance, Solid Protection. So Winston, last week I made sure to repeat that do not surprise people by meandering and finding spaces to fill in without indicating. One of those incidents this morning around Tesano, a trotro driver decided to find his own space and ran into another car. Yes, early morning. And you see, I was very sad for the occupants of the trotro because at that time it's difficult to find a policeman car to move. I had no sympathies for. Hopefully, the police will deal with the matter. They should not resolve it like, if we do not have some of these people being dealt with properly, they will not learn that it is irresponsible to behave that way. And that level of irresponsibility can lead to lives being lost at the end of the day.
Innocent lives.
Yes. And imagine if you were sitting in front of the trotro, perhaps reading something on your phone.
Yeah.
And if it was a serious one, the impact on you and others in the vehicle. And if you're a father who carried the baby in front of the trotro, because that's the only mode of transportation you could afford, then you put your life in the hands of this driver. Then he is recklessly meandering and finding spaces to fill in. When early morning traffic, everybody knows that with a little patience, you don't move.
Sometimes I find the police are too friendly with these trotro drivers. You know, they are too familiar with them.
Yeah, they are.
So that you expect them to be punishing them.
They are good clients.
I go to have a farm around Dwapong, Abotia, for instance. And whenever I go there, I go there sometimes every weekend, I see the police that's mounted, that check on the road. I know them. I know all of them. You understand? So that's what happens when you keep them on the road consistently. So over the past 6 months, I've met the same group. So I know them. So whenever I see them, hey, how are you people? And how is everything? Then you move on. It's as simple as that. So these policemen on the road are known by the trotro drivers. And sometimes the truth is that sometimes they stop the trotro drivers and say, today is Friday.
Yeah.
So if you tell them today is Friday and they're involved in an accident, they expect you to be lenient.
Yeah. So go and resolve it amongst yourselves.
Anyway, let's learn how to say it right.
And it's brought to us by Kingdom Books at Kingdom Quality and Affordability at their hallmarks and Société Générale Bangana. The future is you.
Something must be done. You say either. I say either.
So, Raymond, once we're talking about vehicles, this morning I want us to learn the pronunciation of a very simple word and a part of a vehicle.
Yeah, every day you say simple.
You know how to say it right, but a lot of people say it wrongly. That's why I brought it. Engine. Engine. Not engine. Engine is simply engine.
But if you add a nearing to it, is it still
not? Don't worry, I'll teach you that one tomorrow. Not engine. So for all of you who say
engineering,
it's engine.
Okay.
Raymond has introduced a new word. We will learn that tomorrow.
Yes.
No problem. One word.
We thought this was an extension.
Hey.
Nah.
One word.
That this one that you are doing. Like somebody's appointment.
You have helped me. So
and the boys are angry in this country for no reason.
So I don't have to look for a new word tomorrow.
Do you know what Felix Kwachu Ofosu did?
No, what did he do?
At around midnight or so,
yes,
he came to put that emoji or so, 2 side eyes in the corner. Oh, then you know his new name now. You know Fabrizio Romano.
Oh yes, the football, guy.
Yeah, they say this is
the transfer champion.
Yeah, they say now he's Felixio Romano.
I understand people.
He's coming to his page. People live there. Yes.
Refreshing.
Yeah, they live there.
but before. This is what actually happens before the announcement.
Yeah,
you would know. But sometimes you're too informed.
Yes.
Then at the last minute. Just before he makes it public, you are called again and told that something has changed.
Yeah, some people intervene.
So, I know some of the guys who have told me, oh, this is where I want to be, but you see...
The way things are going.
That's what they've told me, but we don't know what will happen. Sometimes, because, I knew, for instance, that, Kofi Adams' name would have been in the last list. The position that we thought he was going to be given has already been filled by another person. Now you're asking... Where else is Kofi Adams going to be? Now they say sports and recreation. Is he going to be there? You're asking where is Edward Kofi Omaneboama going to be?
True.
Is he going to go to health or Victor Bampo goes to health and maybe he goes to defense?
Communications?
Come again? Or communications? Well, I thought communications was for some George Nati. At every point in time, you don't know what's going to happen. Will Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa be foreign affairs minister? Well, Felix will be here this morning.
Now that they have mentioned George Mutari's name, are there any other contenders for the foreign affairs slot?
Well, it used to be Valerie Sawyer. Then she was named presidential advisor on governance. Then Joyce Bauer Mukhtari, now presidential advisor and special aide to the president. So it looks like they were only pretenders. And now the only person is Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa. That is if.
You may not know.
Maybe
others may crop
maybe there's a career diplomat somewhere.
True.
Maybe there's a career diplomat somewhere.
Yes.
Or an ambassador at large.
Yes. Or a former deputy foreign affairs minister. Who is more likely to crop up somehow. Yes, anything can happen at this time. We all thought that list was already determined. When Mahama said that he's going to put together a very young team, the boys thought that...
But today's the last day, actually.
Today's the last day.
Today's the 14th.
I can see why the people were monitoring. Oh, Charlie, how can old men be...
Today's the 14th.
Be sleeping on, is it Twitter or what they call it? Facebook page like that.
Yeah, I saw it at 2 a.m.
Oh, you saw that?
I saw it on one of
You saw the side eye first.
I saw it on our page at 2 a.m.
Okay.
Then the conversation was, is it confirmed?
Yeah.
He said, it is on Felix's page.
Then it's confirmed.
Then let me go and check. Confirmed. Just so you are sure.
If you don't take care, people will even clone the page and put their own confirmations there. Because
anyway, let's get into the newspaper review. I will tell you more about that this morning. Felix Kwachu Ofosu is our guest here on the Super Morning Show. And newspaper review brought to us by Syntex Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough, and Access Bank, more than banking.
Now, the Ghanaian Times is reporting this morning of Fanko Sawam Road, traveler's headache. And this story, I have to leave it for Mawavi because living in the Eastern region and working in the Greater Accra region, it's a difficult one.
Very, very difficult.
I identify with your woes, your pain every single day of my life. And feel what you feel ordinarily. And for all of you who still struggle to get to work this morning, because, see, this is, and the other thing you forget, is the respiratory impact of this kind of road.
Yeah.
With all the dust on kids,
So
on everything.
If you're driving in a public, I mean in a trotro first, in a van that is not air conditioned, it means you have a problem.
Yeah.
And I've used that stretch of road before. My goodness, I perfectly understand you. To be on that road is wahala.
My mother said when I was a kid, I had very white eyes. That growing up now, she's insisting I was living in Africa. That's actually
now, let's move on to
brought dust and other things onto my eyeballs.
I am glad I am not the one telling the Ofanko
No, it's a very terrible thing,
and
actually.
that the Ghanaian Times is highlighting on it. They used to have these tankers sprinkle water on the road.
And you see,
but
Georgina
that is
Asare
not consistent.
Fiagbenu, senior manager at MTN, has been sharing their plight all the time on Facebook.
Okay.
You know, she takes a video and would share it and would tag me, and I can understand.
So now, I mean, I think it should be one of the priorities. Luckily, we had Governors Kwame Agboja responding to issues on roads in the country yesterday. Hopefully, governments will prioritize one of these, because I heard him talk about some of the roads he was going to prioritize. Hopefully, this will be in his top 10. I mean, let's give convenience to our people so that we can boost our human resource. Give Marvin the
you
word.
Want to say longevity?
Yeah.
That's what you wanted to say, right?
Okay, talking about Kwame Agboja, let's just have a wrap of what transpired in Parliament. That's a bit of the vetting yesterday. Listen to it.
The few physical immigration, e-gates that were planted could cost 1.7 million Ghana cedi. But if government had listened to what I was saying, it wouldn't have resulted into some of the embarrassment we saw at the airport when the vice president was trying to commission it. The former vice president. If I were to tell you today that there is not even any contract for the e-gate, there is no contract. So what the 1.7 million they were talking about, there is no contract. It is the responsibility of Finance Ministry to continue funding projects that are on site. So big push is not about completing the projects already on site, but the major intervention project that can actually pay for itself, that can actually make huge impact on the country. So that is the difference. So we're not going to stop ongoing projects. The president has already made a commitment to that. However, the big push projects are dedicated and significant projects that are not going to be rushed, that are going to be done effectively so that all Ghanaians will get the impact of those projects.
I also note that there's about 5,000 infrastructure deficit when it comes to provision of junior. I also note that there's about 5,000 infrastructure deficit when it comes to provision of junior high school, basic schools, and secondary schools in northern Ghana, and also in Oti and western north. The statistics is not too encouraging for them. The urban concept, many in this area have taken full advantage of it. With the rare privilege of the president entrusting me as his minister for education, I will work towards equity and improve quality to education at all levels of our country. I would endeavor to close that gap, recognizing that I may have to do some affirmative action interventions to get it going, to correct some of the historical imbalances that are responsible for the deficit. The Ghana Education Trust Fund has done its part. In the last few years, it has suffered because of the decision of then Minister of Finance to cap it. President Mahama and the Minister of Finance have gone public, and I join them in saying that we will uncap the GET fund to free additional resources to support robust infrastructure development. Indeed, mathematically, cap GET fund today is about $3.2 billion Ghana cedis, 3.2 billion Ghana cedis. And cap it will make available to the Ministry of Education some 7.9 billion. which will accelerate expanded infrastructure. For instance, there are about 2,800 schools that needs to be fixed to deal with the problems of overcrowding.
Normally, people encounter a lot of difficulties accessing land for agricultural purposes. We want to make agriculture attractive to the youth and everybody in this country. So we will want to acquire the land, prepare the land for agricultural purposes, then hand over the land to prospective investors so we can increase production and drive our nation towards food sufficiency. What we will do is first and foremost to identify the owners of the land. If the land belongs to the chiefs, we go to the chiefs. If it belongs to families and the family head is Honorable Brian Champon, we'll go to him, discuss with him, acquire the land, and then prepare it for the agricultural use. Simple. It is indeed a serious problem confronting agriculture in this country. And we will want to introduce something new to reduce food losses in this country. We've been talking about agribusiness. What we are saying is that we are going to encourage the private sector to put in place mini plants close to the farms so that as soon as we harvest, they will buy the produce, process them. If it is cassava, for instance, you grind the cassava, put it in the rubber, you seal it, and then they sell to the big companies. If we are able to put these mini processing plants around the country, we will reduce food losses significantly in our country.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM. La 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 la. Are you?
Haruna Idrisu governs Kwame Agboja and Eric Opoku. Education, roads, and agri ministers designate. But today, based on the 120-day, contract that President Mahama had with us, today is day 14. And please, let nobody say that he meant working days. He said 14 days. So today is day 14.
True.
Yes, today is day 14.
Which means that the conclusion of the matter is today.
But it will be fair to also say 14 working days.
Oh, no, he meant 14 days. Listen, when you say 90 days,
it will be a fair justification.
No. When you say 90 days, 90 days.
If you don't, they'll say 120 working days.
He didn't say working days.
Let's stick to
what he said.
Yeah, and it should be easy.
We're waiting for the
drop the final list. Except that the boys are not so happy with the lack of mentioning. Yesterday, Afeni Makin got Kofi Bua very quiet. When he said you should be praying. Your name may not be on the list. When he said that, the man came very quiet. Then he said, I belong here. So, boss. You don't want to be there, please.
The member of parliament for Elembele, who himself is now become a Mugabe in Elembele.
Yeah.
That's on a lighter note. But when they said Freddie Bele was Mugabe, he had done only 3 terms.
Yeah.
But Ama Kofi Bua is now in his 5th term. Now, Emmanuel Ama Kofi Bua, at the time, we thought was the one who had the Western region slot when it comes to regional balance. When you're appointing, you must think about religious and particularly regional balance and all of that. The thinking was that he had the Western regional slots. Then Emilia Arthur was appointed fisheries and aquaculture, and that begins to put pressure on you.
Yeah.
You see, the reason people are now asking where is Sam George going to be is that Dr. Agnes Namumulate is Gender, Children and Social Protection Minister. All other things being equal, she'll be a cabinet minister because that particular portfolio may be a cabinet position.
Because it's absolutely important.
Yes. So if you are a Sam George you're asking, where would I be? Where would I be? Communications?
Did you say deputy?
Yes. But why? Why not deputy?
No. Penciled for substantive ministerial position.
Why?
Yes. This is some judge
How many of those
Yes,
slots
I agree.
are even available?
Yes,
There
I'm
are very
saying that.
limited
Yes,
positions
but
left now.
I don't think that it will be far-fetched to make Sam George a deputy minister in the government. I do not think so at all. If it's not, I mean, the expression that John Kufuor consistently referenced, you are better off as what?
Messenger.
Yes, in a government than being a general secretary of an opposition party. But in this case, sometimes you can be in the government and still be what they call
we'll
it.
See what would happen.
But you see, all the people that we keep mentioning, do we even know if they themselves want these appointments?
You are asking whether Sam George wants to be appointed a minister in the Republic of Ghana?
Mamavi.
Really?
What are you suggesting?
Oh,
It's a legitimate question.
okay. This morning, unless we have snow in the Republic of Ghana, nobody can convince me that Sam George will not be interested or has not been praying about becoming minister in Ghana's
Maybe
Republic.
he said, no thank you, Mr. President.
He said it. I see.
Could
no,
be.
I mean, we'll get to know today, no matter what happens anyway. And okay, so we also had Vete, right? I was impressed with the
A Greek minister?
Let me start with Abuja. I mean, I was impressed with Abuja's delivery. Yes, Eric Poku too.
I enjoyed him.
Yes, and you could see, and frankly, sometimes when the people have been spokesperson for the sector, you can see it. You can see that they appreciate the issues. They can connect with the issues.
For him, I think it's not just the fact that he's been a spokesperson. I mean, he knows the sector and he backs what he says with data from the World
That's what a spokesperson does.
But he's also, he's an agriculturist.
Yes, but that's what a spokesperson does. If you're a spokesperson, in order to go after government,
you have to find
and
enough.
so Governs Kwame Agboja, spokesperson before became minority chief whip, so knew that sector. I mean, Haruna Idrisu,
and frankly, it showed in his own. He tried his best, and I actually think that he didn't really probe his time properly. That Haruna Idrisu's time. No. I actually think that they could have done a lot more probing, and there were still outstanding questions. The controversy over the tertiary thing, it sounded confusing. First, he said, "Oh, it's a no tuition policy." Which was quickly, you have to come back and correct it.
Yes, no, he started a confusion. Then
he started. Yes.
Then now turns around and tells him, but that is not what we promised. Free academic facility user fee is what they all were.
No, he even mentioned admissions,
which is not the case. That's not what the NDC promised.
Let me read what is in the manifesto.
Yes,
it says under this policy. In fact, the policy is that the next NDC government will introduce a no-fee stress policy to alleviate the hardship on parents and students in public tertiary institutions, which also became another contention.
Yeah,
there was no mention. In fact, the entirety of this policy page, there is no mention. That's 5.1 to 5.11. It says under this policy, we will implement a no academic fees policy.
Yes,
for all first-year students in all public tertiary institutions.
Raymond, hold on. We'll come back to that because that's academic facility user fee.
Yes.
So let's go for the online news review brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest and Goil Good Energy Goil. MyJoyOnline.com says Joyce Bar Mokhtari, Stan Dogbe, Sep Tekwe, and Shamil Muslim take on key presidential roles. And Muslim community asked Muhammad to revise appointment of NLA boss. Let's go for the BBC News now.
It's brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us in Old Mutual. 10 years of greatness in Ghana, here for a lifetime.
Star in the film industry. We hear from Saudis reveling in newfound freedoms and foreign filmmakers lured in.
Reliable, check. Comfort, check. Strong, check. Tough, check. Tried and tested, check. Affordable, check. Comes in so many colors and sizes, check. Suitable for domestic and industrial use, check. Choose quality, choose Syntex Tank. Available nationwide and comes with 7-year warranty. And remember, Syntex Tank is a caring brand too. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
For over 60 years, Good Energy has served you top quality fuels. Goil brings Choose Super XP for a smooth ride. It is available in Gold stations nationwide. Gold Super XP is fortified with special additives which help your engine perform better and use less fuel. Gold Super XP is quality fuel, the ideal choice for most vehicles. Energize your ride with Gold Super XP. Who feel ya? Huh? Who be feel? Good energy. Joy dia.
The festive season is here. You know what that means. Groceries, bills, and so many unplanned expenses. But don't panic. There's a cool new feature on Haptel you have to know about. It's called Pay Small Small. Yes, like the name says, Pay Small Small. It's Ghana's first widely and instantly available buy now, Pay Small Small service. With Pay Small Small, you can buy food, groceries, airtime, and pay all your bills without paying the full amount upfront. So this festive season, you're sorted. Pay a small fraction of what you're buying now and spread the rest into 3 weekly payments. All you need is your Ghana card to activate it and you're set. It's the perfect solution to keep your pockets in check this festive season and beyond. So don't wait. Go to your Haptel app now and choose Pay Small Small as your payment option. Haptel is everything you.
Yafinia gave us the vibe. Now, Inshona Chile makes you thrive.
Yes, so it's time to enjoy, Charlie. Buy or renew your motor insurance and boom! Free fuel coupons and airtime for your sweat. Who no like enjoyment?
From January to June 2025, Enterprise Insurance gives you more reasons to smile on the road. Insure today and enjoy free fuel coupons for your car and airtime for your phone.
Free fuel? Airtime too? Hey! Enterprise Insurance, always your advantage.
Inshona Chile. It's simple. Insure and enjoy. Ready to secure your peace of mind and experience the fastest claims payment? Visit any of our branches or agency outlets nationwide. Connect with your insurance broker or enjoy the convenience of buying your insurance online through the Enterprise Advantage app today. Terms and conditions apply. Enterprise, your advantage. Are you looking for instant cash for your home or plots of land in prime locations in Accra or Tema? Or you are dreaming of buying investment homes in the USA to earn passive rental income? Western World Properties brings you unparalleled opportunities. You can choose from our affordable luxury homes and premium plots of land in sought-after locations like West Legon, East Legon, Airport, Ridge, Cantonments, or our service plots at Pram Pram, Dodua and Tema Community 25 or investment homes in the USA. Don't wait. Invest in your future today. Call us now on 0536 502295 or visit www.westernworldproperties.com to find the perfect property that meets your budget.
President Mahama and the NDC promise free tuition for students from level 100 who would undertake normal programs in the various public universities of our country, including what he has said expanded to private tertiary institutions. They number a population for which the country will require about 345 million Ghana cedis. Of the population of students who enter tertiary institutions, that is what the state will be required to do.
Then on the issue of the default, yes, Ghana went to the syndicated market and then took a loan of $800 million to purchase 850,000 tons of cocoa. At the end of the season, we were unable to produce the 850,000 tons. So we defaulted on the loan. And then they decided to roll over that delivery to this year. The quantity is 374,000 tons. This is the figure they gave us during the transition. And so now that we have assumed office, we have to look at how we can deal with this debt and many other debts at the sector before we can make progress. And so what we are trying to do is to first and foremost take the office, go through the books, ascertain for ourselves whether the information we are getting is actually what is on the ground. because we are picking some information that suggests that even the figures we have are far, far, far below the real figures. So until we get the real figures, we are unable to make a determination as to how to contain them. And then as soon as the chief executive is appointed and the cocoa board is put in place, the Ghanaian people will be made to know exactly what we have inherited.
The claimed road toll was accruing only about 80 million. But today, there are contractors working for government of Ghana who are owed 5,000 cedis within the roadside. Can you imagine how many roadside weed clearers will be paid with 80 million? So they cancelled it. And our side consistently stood on principle and said, bring the road toll back. Yes, the road toll is coming back, but not in the form of building obstructions on the road for drivers to stop and somebody taking money from them. It will be coming back based on a technological platform that make it fair and that make it easy to collect, easy to account for, and for the public to know what the money is actually being used for.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
Central University, Ghana's premier private university, invites applications for admissions for the 2024-2025 academic year. Apply now to enjoy our flexible payment terms. We also have exclusive discounts for all alumni, ICGC members, ICGC pastors, and their children. Call us on 0307-020-540 or visit www.central.edu.gh for further details. Central University, raising transformational leaders through faith, integrity, and excellence.
After a long flight, Safari Homes gives you the peace to unwind. A short drive from the airport, convenient for all. For nature lovers, Safari Valley Resort is a hidden gem, surrounded by lush greenery and luxury amenities. A place where you can truly escape. Now, for water adventure, Aqua Safari Resort has it all. Jet skis, canoe rides, kayaking, and a visit to the estuary. And for more excitement, Safari Eco Park is the perfect place to get closer to some amazing animals.
Visit Safari World in Ghana, together bringing you closer to nature.
When the names were read out by Mr. Speaker, he read out only 3 names: the Finance Minister Designate, the Energy Minister Designate, and the Attorney General and Minister of Justice Designate. Mr. Speaker, this thought appointment is unacceptable.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Yeah.
out by Mr. Speaker. He read out only 3 names: the Finance Minister Designate, the Energy Minister Designate, and the Attorney General and Minister of Justice Designate. Mr. Speaker, this thought appointment is unacceptable.
Are you?
Feeling in town, especially if you're expectant that your name will be mentioned, that you appear on Felix's wall. But today is actually the 14th day that the president, in his social contract with us, the people of Ghana, said he would complete his list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval.
Yes, the good people of Subanya. With us, the good people of Sobanya. Yes.
So we are waiting. We're waiting. I mean, it's a very simple. I mean, look, and that's why.
First and foremost, it's not simple.
It's a very simple thing. No, hold on.
Yeah. On this day,
it's a very simple thing.
Yes.
President Mahama.
The 14 days.
Oh no. President Mahama.
That's
simple. Once he took office, he appointed the first 3, which means that he knows the people he wants to work with.
Yes,
he knows it. So I see that's very simple.
People can actually impress upon him to really look, rethink.
That is the.
So sometimes advice can actually make you rethink about issues in ways that you have not thought of previously.
I do not think that President Mahama, after 8 years of waiting to do a second term, wouldn't know the people who are best placed to transform the economy or to transform the country as he wants.
There may be further and better particulars.
Okay.
These further and better particulars may actually tilt issues in one way or the other.
President Mahama would have known that before promising us in 14 days.
No, I'm saying it cropped up, say, a week ago.
Listen, Raymond.
You get my point, right?
We cannot say
that
the man, and he was very categorical.
Yeah.
You and I were on air that day.
True.
And after everything, President Mahama came back to reiterate his 120 contract with the people of Ghana.
True.
So I do not think that a man who's been president before, and by the end of his tenure would have become the longest president of the Fourth Republic. The longest serving president. 8.5 years.
Yeah, it's true. He's done more than that.
Yes,
actually,
he's done
he completed the unexpired term of President Mills.
Yes. So listen, I do not think that, and I know that today President Mahama will send the final list.
You know,
I know he will send it today.
You've seen the list.
I don't need to see it.
It is Emmanuel Kofi Amabua's name on the list.
Well, the last time we
the way Afenimati said the man should pray, no.
As at the last time, we knew that Emmanuel Kofi Bua was going to go to lands and natural resources.
Yeah,
but everything,
it's still an occupied position.
Yeah,
yes, everything can happen. But you see the way
we are saying anything can happen. That is what we are talking about here. That is what is bringing about there.
So we have a number of slots. Unoccupied.
True.
At least from where we sit. There's foreign affairs. There's communications. There's
defense.
There's
lands.
defense. There's interior.
That's true.
Yeah. So there's quite a bit left.
Yes, I get your point. I am just saying that the president can still take, even if he says 2 weeks, you can still take a longer time and do more with the time. And rather than just put out a list, you can wait, and if it requires a lot more engagement, because you don't want to put out a list which might offend other people in ways that will take them away from the nation building plan. And on this note, I saw Nana Ajantua's name, the former general secretary.
Staffer.
Yes, presidential staffer.
CPP.
Yes. Former PURC. You know, Nana Ajantua was powerful because of her role at PURC.
Exactly.
People forget that, not because she was even general secretary. She was very powerful as PURC, corporate affairs, right?
Yeah.
And I'm happy that others who are not known to have campaigned heavily or who are not in the thick of affairs when it comes to the NDC are also being recognized within the list that President Mahama is putting out. We can also say congratulations to Shamima Muslim,
Deputy Presidential Spokesperson. Shamima, congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
Is she deputy acting?
No, she's deputy. There's no acting.
Hold on. She's deputy.
Yes.
But the substantive is acting.
Yes.
Is the acting the substantive?
Well, we don't know for that. We know an acting.
Well, he is on the show today.
Yes.
Felix Kwachifoso is our guest.
Please, he should come along with Shamima.
Answering and filling in all the gaps.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
It is only fair and proper that we get information. Indeed, as we are talking today, another issue that also is dear to my heart is the feeding of senior high school students. The CHAS, they were very convinced that over the weekend they were going to get some monies being released to them based on the promise and the arrangement that they had. It was not definitive. I think that's the point that the guy was trying to make. We have actually entered a new week. Today is the second day of the new week. Clement Apark has been sharing food from last week. But is the money going to be released? Okay. When is the money going to be released? That is an important matter that the presidency, since Haruna Idrisi has not been approved yet, we should be asking the presidency. I was thinking that they could have asked for definite timelines from him, since he appears to have known what's happening in the ministry prior to occupying it. Mostly their response has been, I'm yet to go there. When I go there, I'll give you that. But maybe if they raised it the way they ought to be raised properly. But I think one of the low points in Haruna Idrisi's writing was really the part to do with that tertiary thing. He created some bit of confusion. He threw in words that had not been used. He actually oscillated on even the possibility of adding certain elements, because what I read, and I can reread to you 5.115, it does not separate medical or professional programs, right? In fact, our example here, when the issue came up, was bring out the fees of medical students. Remember, that's what I read out about the 3,000 or 2,000 something that medical students pay as academic facility user fee. And I was shocked that they were even introduced the tuition in the first place. Everybody knows that public universities do not pay tuition.
No, and, I mean, so that was actually, and he tries to correct that subsequently with affirmative marking. This is the point. The NDC promise is public tertiary institutions.
True.
Now, academic facility user fee for non-fee payment, non-fee paying students, is what they are going to be taking care of, or they're going to be paying those even with fee paying.
So hold on, let me read it. It said, under this policy, we will implement a no academic stress, no academic fees, no academic fees policy for all first-year students in all public tertiary institutions. As to whether the no academic fees policy is the same as paying for admission fees, I hope you get what I'm trying to say.
But it goes further. Read that part, yes.
Also so this is the first one. For all first-year students in all public tertiary institutions. In fact, the argument about whether or not this is also about just universities is cured by this. If you're a public and if you're a tertiary institutions, this is what the manifesto said. Then it proceeded into provide continuing students with financial assistance through the reintroduction and redeployment of our Students Loan Trust Fund Plus and a reformed scholarship regime. 3. Provide free tertiary education for all persons with disability and revamp the Students Loan Trust to increase loan amounts based on a needs assessment and ensure prompt disbursement. Promote the establishment of tertiary education funds, endowment fund, tertiary endowment funds in partnership with alumni, philanthropists, corporate Ghana. Provide training allowance, students loans, and other diverse funding for teachers and nurses trainees. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So, but I mean, I would think that by providing trainee allowances, students loans, and other diverse funding options for teacher and nursing trainees, they are eliminated from this particular policy. Because why? What at all is required for them to be given all of these plus?
Yeah, but this is but this is the other issue. Now, academic fee.
Yeah.
Academic facility user fee.
Yes. AFUF.
You cannot say that is admission fees.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe they have a different definition of it.
Well, that's my understanding of it. But it would also be improper for the government to pay the fees of those who have opted for fee paying.
Yes.
Because if Fee paying is optional.
Those who have opted for fee
yes, you
paying.
opt for fee
But
paying.
you'd realize that in many of the instances, it's not an option on the student side.
On whose side? On whose side?
It is the only option that you've been given.
No. It's an option. Hold on. If the entry requirement is grade 7 for law, and you get grade 9, and by some magic you think that you can afford and raise more money, you are paying for your own tuition fee. That's why you're paying the higher amount.
So we don't pay tuition fees at our universities.
The government is paying tuition fee for grade 7 students.
So if you want to go in there, if you want to go in there, so I do not think that for those persons, you've opted.
Yeah.
Go and pay your fees.
For specialized treatment.
Yes.
Because by that original criteria, there's no way that got you to a school.
Exactly.
You would have been out of it.
For specialized treatment.
So
go ahead and pay your
fees.
fees.
So this is what I do not understand, though. Your cutoff is 7, right?
Yeah. I was hoping you would let me finish, but you go ahead.
Okay, no, you.
No, you finish.
No, you finish.
Now that you've started, finish.
Sorry.
Finish. Go ahead. Go ahead. You go ahead.
No, this is what I'm thinking. That cutoff is 7, but you still have space. And the extras you're taking, you're saying they should pay.
No, but yes, the cutoff is 7 because that's what government can fund. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
Yes, because there's a limit that government can. So if you are coming in, you are paying fully for your education.
Then I go on to my next point. When this policy started, I remember we had that interview with
the youth of
George Opariado here,
Minister Designate
for youth development and empowerment. At the time, he said it was only public universities.
True.
Subsequently, they said it was public tertiary institutions. So all tertiary institutions, the clarification we got was public. So on that note, it means that technical universities also part of it.
True.
Colleges of education
are also necessarily qualify.
Now you cannot pay the fees of those other colleges of education
who are taking allowance
and also give them allowance.
I mean, what's the why? What exactly are we supposed to be getting out of that?
What I get from the Harun Idrisu point is the confusion between academic and admission.
Yes, I get the point
because the policy talks about academic, and that's the confusion. Then subsequently, Afenyo marking introduces tuition fees. Then Haruna comes to do the correction. What I do not understand is Harunas talk about, say, if you are doing a professional course like, say, medicine, is it his understanding that, say, if you are a fee-paying student, fine. But if you're a professional student, a medical student, who was admitted and is not a fee-paying student, you qualify?
Actually, I was even saying that such a policy should prioritize first the health sciences.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we're told that we'll come back to this conversation.
But Felix will be on the show, so you know he can also give us better particulars to some of these things. I have been informed that the president has actually officially submitted the final list of his ministerial nominees to the Speaker of Parliament.
Oh. So it is Felix that has to release it to us. Oh, Romano.
So that has happened.
Felicio Romano. Please, you release it this morning on this show. Okay?
But listen, let me tell you, conferencing doesn't have to be the same boring routine. The location for your next conference can both be result-centered and relaxing. Aqua Safari Resorts gives you the best of both worlds and more. Let them take the stress out of the process. Just call them on 054 011 0190 and watch your conferences and events effortlessly taken care of.
And the Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited is organizing its end of year furniture promotional sales, and so it's still ongoing. You get between 10 to 15% discount on all furniture at their shops. That's Tema near Community 4 Head Office, Akweje, Takrady Market Circle, Cape Coast, Spinters Road, Cape Coast University Bookshop, Spinters Road near Apsa Atomic, Center Point Mall, Winneba University Campus, KNUST, and Santas in Kumasi. You can also shop online, kingdomstoreonline.com. Hurry while stock lasts. For enquiries, contact them on 0501 620810 or 0302 764101 or email info@kingdomgh.com. And Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, where quality and affordability are both assured.
Now, from the dreams of youth to the ambitions of adulthood, wherever you are on your journey, starting a career, are you building a family? Are you growing a business? Are you planning your future? We are here for your journey. Every goal deserves the chance to flourish, with hard work, dedication, and a strong belief in yourself. The seed of greatness is within reach. So trust in the journey and understand that we at Fidelity Bank, we are here with you every step of the way. Together, let's turn your dreams into reality. We are here for your journey. Fidelity Bank, believe with us.
Let me introduce you to Western World Properties. Are you looking for instant cash for your home or plot of land in prime locations in Accra or Tema, or you're dreaming of buying investment homes in USA to earn passive rental income? Well, Western World Properties brings you unparalleled opportunities. You can choose from our affordable luxury homes in prime locations across Ghana, West Legon, East Legon Hills, Mensa, and in the USA, New York, Chicago, Florida, Virginia, Maryland, California, Texas, and Atlanta, Georgia, providing an opportunity to earn guaranteed annual rental income. In addition, we also buy premium plots of land in sought after locations, including West Legon, East Legon Hills, Airport Ridge cantonments, as well as land for serviced plots for real estate development. Don't wait, invest in your future today. Call Western World Properties on 0536 502295, or just visit them at www.westernworldproperties.com to find the perfect property that meets your budgets.
And have you heard about the incredible benefits of Excellium from Total Energies? Let me tell you more about this premium fuel with its amazing 3-in-1 power. Total Energies introduces Excellium new formula, the additive enriched fuel, with its powerful 3-in-1 action that cleans your engine, extends its life, and lowers your fuel consumption thanks to the cumulative effect of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear, and detergent additives. Excellium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing CO2 emissions. You will drive, sir. Experience the difference with Total Energies Excellium new formula. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
Now is that special time of the year, and we just want to say thank you to all our cherished customers for choosing us. From all of us at Omni Basic Bank, we wish you a prosperous new year. You can reach our 24-hour contact center on 0307086000 or 0302758555, or call us on toll free 0800 100790. Afishiapa from Omni Basic Bank at your service.
Imperial brings you the Asempa Motor promo from now to the 30th of April. Win big with Imperial General with the Asempa Motor promotion. Yes, it's good news. Just renew your existing policy or sign up for a motor insurance policy from Imperial General and win handsome rewards. It's actually instant. Just insure and pick your rewards. Fuel coupons, we're talking gift vouchers, special souvenirs, and many more. Imperial has made your renewal process simple. Just click on the link in the renewal notification message from Imperial and follow the prompts. And bingo, your renewal is done. And here is the big deal. Imperial is also giving you a free 1-year life insurance as part of your motor insurance. So get a double from Imperial General. Call Imperial General on 0577 677-436 or talk to your broker or any of our agents across the country for further details. You can also follow us on all our socials. Terms and conditions apply. Imperial General Assurance, solid protection.
Great. So Raymond, quickly, I've just seen, I've been checking the University of Ghana approved fees for instance, 2024-2025 academic year. And this is what it says. It's simply put this way. So
I like the way you can open your phone.
Oh, please.
big people.
So undergraduate regular. Regular. And it talks about approved fees for freshmen. So that's the College of Humanities.
Okay.
It says 2,064. Third party additions, 255.
Yeah.
So the approved fees is 2,319.
Okay, altogether. Yeah.
Altogether. So that's the approved fees.
Yes.
And it says provisional schedule of academic fees.
Yes, that's the academic fees.
That's it.
Which may reflect. So we used to call it academic facility user fee. Then there's also residential facility user fee. The academic one is what we are referencing here.
Yes, AFUF.
If this is what Haruna Josu means by admission fees, then we understand.
It is what he means, I'm sure.
Okay, are you sure?
It is what it means.
Yeah, so
because when you are admitted, this is what you are going to pay.
Yeah, if this was his reference, no problem.
Yeah, that's it. So,
but if he has his own, then just use what is actually being talked about consistently.
Anyway, wondering where to hold your strategy planning meetings, board sessions, or staff retreats? There's only one venue. It's the Safari Valley Resort. Thinking of the green, serene environment, accessibility, and meeting room capacity, flow and layout of space, room flexibility, quality of equipment, staff and its first-class catering services, then Safari Valley Resort is your first choice. Call Safari Valley Resort on 0596 914 394. Safari Valley, bringing you closer to nature.
Now, we all know that 2024 was indeed a very tough year for many businesses. Will 2025 be any better? Which sectors will attract investment in 2025? Where can businesses find money to expand in 2025, Weston? Now, what new policies will emerge and how will these impact your business in 2025? As Consultant General, Mama, can you answer these questions? Yeah, for answers and many more, join the 11th edition of the Crystal Ball Africa 2025, where you get all the answers to these questions. The theme is from challenges to new opportunities. This is happening on the 23rd, today is 21st, right?
Yeah.
So we are targeting Thursday, right? That's 23rd of January 2025 at 9 a.m. It's happening at the Labadi Beach Hotel. Don't miss this chance to network and tap into new opportunities. All that you need to do right now is go to this website and go and register. crystalballafrica.com. Sponsors: Absa Bank Ghana, Deloitte, First Bank Ghana, Labadi Beach Hotel, Eris Properties, Mansa Gold, Kawa Mocha. Now, media partners: Joy FM, City FM, and Channel 1 TV. This event is powered by AB and David Africa. It's a wonderful time to know what's happening and what to explore.
Yeah.
Well, Mama, let's have the UPSA Law School Point of Law series.
And today is from Article 58(4) of the 1992 Constitution of Ghana. It says all official government actions must be done in the name of the president. All official government actions must be done in the name of the president. Article 58(4) of the 1992 Constitution. That's the UPSA Law School Point of Law series today.
Great. And Ghana, let's talk water tanks. Do you know the secret to real water storage? It's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then it's not the correct tank. That's right. The tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is the champion of water tanks. It is strong and durable and built to handle our Ghanaian weather. Rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So my people, go outside, check your tank, and if it doesn't have the tortoise on it, it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex family today and enjoy water storage that's tough like a tortoise. Call 0244 335 168 to buy now or find one of our 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Later today at 5 p.m. at the British Council, Democracy Hub is convening a pivotal policy event as the case for a new constitution to ignite meaningful debates and drive the progressive reform agenda that Ghana urgently needs. I mean, the conversation about the constitution has already begun on the governmental level with that team headed by H. Kwesi Prempeh. This is an appropriate conversation for right now. So please join us today.
Is that one of the LPMs you are reading?
It is not.
Mama V, are you the one moderating?
I am an MC.
You are the MC.
Now say that.
Well, don't worry. Look, go for the break and come. When we are done with the sports, we'll deal with you. Because
we've got birthday messages.
GRA is listening.
All coming up here on the Super Morning Show. Stay with us.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Hey, so as for you, every day you are just pressing your phone. Why? Are they paying you?
They are, Oma. The more I use my MTN, the more points I get. And I can use those points to get airtime, data, and even discounts at shops and restaurants.
Hey, so that is why all of you are always pressing your phones. And you won't tell us, so that we too we can enjoy some.
Oh, ma.
There's always more to enjoy with MTN Rewards. Just keep talking, testing, and browsing all day, every day to collect your points and use it to redeem amazing offers and discounted freebies right away. There's so much available for you. So dial *550# and get your reward today. Let's go everywhere you go.
Kweku, have you heard what they are doing on MTN?
Imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone lines: 050-153-5789, 050-153-5790, 0244-674154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
When you hear that sound, it can only mean one thing. It's the sound of excitement, the sound of milky goodness. It's the unmistakable sound of rich, creamy deliciousness. The sound that lets you know that the original milky richness awaits. The milky richness you can find in every bite of Munchie Milk Shortcake.
With its unique blend of milky richness and carefully selected ingredients, Munchie Milk Shortcake is crafted from an original age-old recipe to delight your taste buds. If you're looking for pure satisfaction and the authentic taste of original milky richness, it's time to grab a pack of your favorite biscuit, Munchie Milk Shortcake, today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Wake up, good morning. Good morning.
Birthday messages are brought to you by
MTN. Everywhere you go.
And Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
And let's see whose birthday it is today. This one says, kindly wish my friend Emmanuel Amegbenyu Afeti, the Zonal Business Manager, Graphic Communications Group Limited, Kofridia, a happy, glorious birthday from Alaji, Stone, Isaac, Amwa, and Stephen. So Emmanuel Amegbenyu Afeti, happy birthday to you.
All right, shout out to Dr. Amwakudia, or head of endoscopy UGMC. Dr. Amwakudia, it's a good morning to you.
Today is the birthday of my dear friend Asantua Yadomboache. Yeah, she's old enough. Yes, so celebrate and enjoy your birthday, Asantua Yadom Boache. Yes, she adds, okay, that's the husband's name, Doche Tuwetu, so it makes it complete. We have stopped that thing where people travel, come back, they are sharing toffees in this country. We are not kids. That is what Frencho is doing right now. That's all the birthday message. Can we move on?
Let's move on now to
sports. Shout out to Daniel Abdul Karim. He's the executive chairman of Legal Inc. All right, let's get into sports.
So it's shout out, right?
Sports Center brought to us by
MTN. Everywhere you go.
Standard Chartered Bank.
Here for good.
And if it's football you want, we've got it all. Yes, all of it on DSTV. All the leagues, all the cups, all the matches live in HD. That season promises to be exciting. DSTV, your home
of entertainment.
And get ready for a game changer. SMEs. We're introducing Yellow Biz, a new multi-service bundle bundle with everything you need for smarter business solutions. This all-in-one package consists of a 4G plus router with 10 gigabyte of free data, Microsoft Office 365, genuine Microsoft applications, Webways, a customized business website for your business, Unicom Service, a unified business communication solution for your virtual call center, IVR, and conferencing needs, all for a very good deal you don't want to miss. With MTN Yellow Biz, your business will gain access to advanced productivity tools, a powerful online presence, and superior customer experience to optimize your operations. To stay ahead of competition, call 100 or 0244308111 or email mtnbusiness.gh@mtn.com or visit mtn.com.gh/business or any MTN office for your Yellow Biz, and stay connected everywhere you go. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, as the new year begins, it's essential to take the right steps towards achieving financial stability. The start of a new year is the perfect opportunity to set you on your financial goals and start on the right path. An input for a professional can make the difference. As Standard Chartered Wealth Management Limited Company, you have access to a wide range of investment options that offer you monthly and have yearly interest payments through diversified investment portfolios. Call us on 0233 000041 or 0200127755 or visit us on the 4th floor of the Opebia House, Airport, Accra today and speak with our certified investment advisors on what options suit your financial objectives and risk appetite. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Centre with me, Fentua Tahiru Fentua. Coming up,
Palmer sends it in. Good ball as well. And in by Noni Madueke on the goal line to give Chelsea some breathing room. Wonderful delivery from Palmer initially. Noni back across goal. And Madueke made sure.
that's a first win for Chelsea in 6 attempts after they beat Wolverhampton Wanderers by 3-1. We'll review that game. Plus, there's Champions League football returning later tonight with Liverpool against Lille, Benfica up against Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid against Bayer Leverkusen. But first, Young Apostles, their president is Samuel Enim Ado. He's pleaded not guilty to the Ghana Football Association's charges of bringing the name of the game into disrepute and falsely accusing referee Maxwell Hansen. He challenged the charges, claiming they were defective and not supported by the GFA's regulations. The charges followed his claims that the GFA is threatening Young Apostles with relegation from the Ghana Premier League for speaking about Hansen, whom he described as the association's man for the dirty works. Enimado rejected the charges as legally flawed and requested a full hearing with his own attorney. Now, Kumasa Santi Kotoko, their head coach is Prosper Ogum. He's urging new signings and others to step up and fill the void left behind by injured players.
We try to make sure that we have the right balance in defense, the right balance in midfield, the right balance in attack. And then in terms of performance, we try to make sure that we don't drop the bar. Where we've gotten to, we need to either keep the bar at where it is or we move up. So it's a strong signal to those who are not, starting games now. And then for those who have signed to, it's a strong signal for them that they need to work above themselves. They need to work above those who are playing now to be able to break into their team. Anything less of that wouldn't permit them to have playing time.
Now, Prosper Ogum was speaking after Kotoko announced the signing of right-back Daniel Adrian Ajete on a 1.5-year contract. The 24-year-old former Nania FC defender joined the Porcupine Warriors after he previously played for clubs in Denmark and Latvia. Moving on, the Ghana Olympic Committee President Ben Nunu Mensah has urged the yet-to-be-appointed Sports and Recreation Minister not to focus too much on football as previous ministers have done. Football, predominantly the Black Stars especially, is believed to usually take most of the attention and the budget of the sports ministry to the neglect of other sporting disciplines.
We've had and seen ministers who come in, I'm going to be a minister for all sports. Eventually, our attention and the demands of the time would eventually direct the minister to focus more on football, and that is something that I'm sure the National Democratic Congress would want to guard against, or would very, very much would wish that, whoever is put there as a minister don't eventually get swallowed by the football wind that usually blow all our ministers. If we do that, the other sporting discipline will have enough funding.
That's Benunu Mensah there. Meanwhile, a member of the NDC's 2024 Manifesto Committee, Dr. Fred Awa, he's emphasized the party's commitment to ensure that sports contributes more to Ghana's GDP because it has the potential.
The question is, what does government want to do with sports? And then if you are able to know the vision or the thinking of government, then clearly you can say, okay, this person may have the qualities to fit into this portfolio. As one who's been with the Manifesto Committee for the past 4 years, the thinking of the National Democratic Congress is that we are looking at sports not just as a product of recreation. That's why you see sports and recreation. So we're looking at competitive sports. We're looking at sports also as a tool for recreation, and we are also looking at sports as an avenue for creating revenue for the country. We can do more to generate more funds through the sporting sector.
That's Freddie Watt there, Doctor, speaking on Sports Link here on Joy FM. Still on sports personalities, former Ghana Olympic Committee and Ghana Athletics President Professor Francis Dodu has been appointed presidential advisor on anti-corruption by the John Mahama administration. Until his recent appointment, he was also chairman of World Athletics Governance Body there. So Professor Francis Dodu heading to the Flagstaff House, or the Jubilee House, if you like. Let's head to England now, where Chelsea won the first time in 6 Premier League matches, where they beat relegation threatened Wolverhampton Wanderers 3-1 at home yesterday, with goals from defenders Tosin Adarabioyo, Mark Cucurella, and a third from Noni Madueke. Now, despite the win, Chelsea manager Enzo Maresca admitted his team's finishing still requires a lot of work.
Win game after 5 games where we didn't win is complicated, but I think in the 5 games that we didn't win, the performance was always there. I said already many times that probably the problem has been inside the box, where we could be a little bit more clinical. Yeah, tonight was important to win the game. I think the first half, 40 minutes, the team was brilliant, score goal, create chances, and then happen again the same thing that already happened in the last 4 or 5 games, that when we concede, we lost a little bit of confidence. Then second half, I think we controlled the game, we scored twice, we could score more, and yeah, we are happy for the 3 points.
Now, the win means Chelsea move into 4th place with 40 points from 22 games. So they are 10 adrift of leaders Liverpool and 4 behind second place Arsenal and Nottingham Forest. Also in England, Man City, they've confirmed the signing of defender Abdulkader Kusanov from Lens on a 4.5-year deal. The 20-year-old has joined Pep Guardiola's side from French club Lens and becomes the first Uzbeki player to ever play in the Premier League. Now, to Champions League leaders Liverpool, they will host French side Lille in their penultimate group game at Anfield. The Reds are top of the table by 3 points, having won all 6 of their games, while Lille, who are unbeaten in their last 21 games in all competitions, are 8 on the table with 13 points. Now, despite topping the Premier League table and the Champions League group phase tables, Liverpool manager Arne Slot believes it is far too early to call his side the best team in Europe.
The most important thing every time we go out there, especially in front of our own fans, we want to win a game. And with this new setup, you think that ending up number 1 is the best position to end up with, but because it's such a strange league table, because for example, I think I'm right, if I look at Paris Saint-Germain, every week I think they have the hardest team to face, so they are quite low on the table, which is not their quality, but they are low, so maybe if you end up number 1 you can face them, so then it's a disadvantage. So I'm not looking at the league table in a way of, oh, if we are number 1 we probably have the most easy team to face.
That's Arne Slot there, the Liverpool manager. We have live commentary of the Liverpool versus Lille game on Hits 103.9 FM at 8 p.m. Second place Barcelona, they play away to Benfica in Portugal. Atletico Madrid, who are 1 point outside of the top 8, will host Bayer Leverkusen at the Wanda Metropolitano. The Leverkusen manager Xabi Alonso has been tipped to replace Real Madrid boss Carlo Ancelotti, who is reportedly considering quitting at the end of the season. So, why is the Italian considering his future at the club? Here's Spanish football expert Guillem Balaguer.
on the Federación reputable radio station with close links to Real Madrid. Carlo Ancelotti hasn't felt fully backed very early this season, and the way that he kind of came in the press conference after the game at the weekend, where he was battling, as we said earlier, everybody, trying to show everyone that they were wrong and he was right, and football is a matter of is a game of patience, and he will come the winner at the end. Basically, that's what his message was. Suggested somebody that has been under a lot of stress, and Carlo always said, I'll leave a minute before I get sacked. So if it's a matter of choosing when to go, even though he's got another year left in his contract, at the end of the season could be a good one.
Let's conclude with tennis. The Australian Open is reaching semi-final stages in the women's draw. Paula Badosa stunned American Coco Gauff at the Australian Open to reach her first Grand Slam semi-final just 1 year after fearing she would have had to retire from tennis. The Spaniard, a former world number 2, she spent almost 2 years struggling with back problems and fell to 140th in the rankings. But after a strong end to 2024, Badosa's comeback continued in sensational fashion as she ended American Gauff's 13-match winning streak with a 7-5, 6-4 victory.
Emotional. I'm a bit emotional. As you know, I'm a very emotional person, and overcoming something like this, the last slam, the quarterfinals were very tough. So today I came in. I wanted to play my best game. I think I did it. Coco at the beginning, she was playing insane tennis, but I'm super proud of the level I gave today.
And that, of course, is Paula Badosa. Congratulations to her. In the men's draw, Alexander Zverev continued his bid for an elusive first Grand Slam title with victory over Tommy Paul to reach the Australian Open semi-finals. The victory was the 27-year-old's 7th in a row, and he continues his unbeaten start to the season. He will play either 10-time champion Novak Djokovic or Carlos Alcaraz, who beat Zverev in the French Open final last year. In this year's last 4. Those two, Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz, they are in action this morning at 9:30 a.m. and everyone is looking forward to it. What a game that will be, bringing an end here to Sports Center. My name is Fentu, Tahir Fentu. Back to you, Winston.
Thank you very much, Fentu. Fentu, who's likely to be Minister of Sports and Recreation?
That's an interesting one. Twist here, tense there. I heard you guys discussing the late night Felixo Romano swerves here and there. Felix is
nice. Felixo Romano.
He's quite enjoying this.
Yes, he's
enjoying it, especially on Twitter. He would come and put emojis. Here we go. He announces, he posts, he shares news of presidential appointments with "Here we go" at midnight. Sometimes 1 a.m. Last night's list came at 1.
Yeah, I mean, once you call him Felixo Romano.
Oh yes,
here we go.
Many people don't know this, but he's quite the football aficionado. He's a massive fan. Look, before, like we used to do spaces on football, he would listen to every single space and contribute to the conversations. He's a bit, so he knows all about Fabrizio Romano.
Of course, here we go.
So here we go. So he's enjoying this, maybe a little too much.
Here we go, confirmed. Well, he'll be here this morning. He's joining us on the Super Morning Show.
Here we go.
Here we go. You know, but as for sports,
somebody said you should change that to "Here we zoo."
As for sports, you know, all of us love sports, particularly.
You know,
football.
I hear Kofi Adams' name being mentioned. I've heard Dylan Van der Poel's name being mentioned. There was they're front runners now, but there were other names in consideration before. Professor Francis Dodu was one of them initially, but now he's presidential advisor.
He used to be DG of the National Sports Authority,
Ghana Olympic Committee president. Now he is the chair of the governance committee for World Athletics. So he's quite experienced with governance issues. So I don't know, maybe that's why
I think it would go to Kofi Adams, maybe.
Yeah, you think so?
Dylan Van der Poel, one of them.
Yeah. I mean, who was it? I think it was was it Muftar, or I think it was Sicho on Friday, who was saying that for regional balance sake, maybe, or
because of regional balance, Kofi Adams,
and also because Kofi Adams is an MP. That might count against Neil Ante.
No, not really, because there's been a lot of appointments from Parliament, so he could, but deputies. So, but I think that because of regional balance, Nilante from the Greater Accra region is already Dr. Agnes Namumo Latte.
Yes.
So if that's the case, you know, it may favor Kofi Adams. You haven't had any appointment from the OT region.
Yeah.
So because of regional balance, it may favor Kofi Adams. Yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, I know him to be a Chelsea fan.
Kofi Adams could be put in another ministry, and then Nilante Van der Poel gets it. So let's see how it goes.
That.
But Kofi Adams, very likely, he's going to.
That list has to come out today, though, right?
Felixo Romano is going to be joining us on the show. We would ask him.
But there's a deadline to it.
Yes,
right?
Yes,
and the deadline expires today.
Social contract with Ghanaians.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you very much. But let's get interactive. Join us on X. Use the hashtag JoySMS. Tell us what your thoughts are. Who you think should be at which ministry. We're waiting for the final list. And also yesterday, your assessment of the whole vetting process. Social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, A Better Way, A Better Africa, and Provident Insurance. With Provident, man, you're covered. But don't be scammed this season. Fraud activities are on the increase as scammers continue to target customers of various banks through phone calls, text messages, and emails to get customers to divulge sensitive information, such as password, PIN, card information, CVV, OTP, and other personal details. Their ultimate goal is to steal your money. Now, EcoBank wishes to advise all customers to be extra vigilant and never trust any phone calls, text messages, or emails from anybody posing as an EcoBank staff and assisting customers to update their bank details. Some of them give you the impressions that EcoBank will be calling you to ask for your account or card details or help you link your Ghana card to your bank account or offer unsolicited assistance. Beware, as these fraudsters will try to gain your trust and persuade you to give out your personal or account details. Protect yourself by never sharing sensitive details with anyone claiming to represent EcoBank. Always remember that bank account details can only be updated at an EcoBank branch. EcoBank mobile money can only be upgraded at an app store or Play Store. Linking your Ghana card to your EcoBank account is at any EcoBank branch or ecobank.com. Do not share your password, PIN, OTP, or card information or any other personal information with anyone, whether remotely or face-to-face. Never give the 16 digits or any number on your bank card to anyone. Avoid any calls or messages that request you to click a link. Report any suspicious SMS, email, or phone call to the EcoBank contact center and delete such messages at once. When in doubt or feel insecure, call the contact center on 0800 003 225 toll free. But this new year, let your journey be worry-free. Renew or buy a brand new motor insurance policy with Provident Insurance from January to March 2025 and enjoy exciting rewards including fuel coupons and exclusive Provident souvenirs. Need assistance? Chat with Obaya, our friendly WhatsApp assistant, on 0242 426396. She will sort you out. Babia, anywhere, anytime, or visit any of our 15 branches nationwide. Provident Insurance, your reliable partner for 43 years, keeping you covered every mile of the way. Don't miss out on this special offer. Chat or buy now or visit any of our branches, agents, and brokers today. Terms and conditions apply. Still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM.
Our intervention in the education sector will be all-encompassing. We will give true meaning to the pursuit of free, compulsory, universal basic education.
And time now for our fuel station tip, brought to us by the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, shaping policy, advancing industry standards. And your tip for today: use approved fuel containers. If you need to transport fuel, always use containers that are specifically designed and approved for fuel storage to prevent leaks and spills. Avoid using items like plastic bags or glass bottles for fuel storage. Stay with us. We'll be right back with a Joy Business Minute.
EcoBank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah, oh yeah. EcoBank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah, download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my Brahmin check. In my Brahmin check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit. You can pay school fees, even church tights with the Apple. EcoBank Apple. Charlie J Nabu.
Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with EcoBank. Can promise.
This new year, let your journey be worry-free. Renew or buy a brand new motor insurance policy with Provident Insurance from January to March 2025 and enjoy exciting rewards such as fuel coupons and exclusive Provident souvenirs. Need assistance? Chat with Obaya, our friendly WhatsApp assistant on 024-242-6396. She will sort you out babia, anywhere, anytime, or visit any of our branches, agents, or brokers today. Provident Insurance, your reliable partner for 43 years, keeping you covered every mile of the way. Don't miss out on this special offer. Terms and conditions apply. With Provident, man, you're covered.
Provident, man, you're covered.
Welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us. Now time for the Joy Business Minute, brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana. CBG, we stand with you. Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the Generator Experts, and Pinnacle Life Insurance, more for your smile.
Good morning and welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the Generator Expert, and build-free solar hybrid air conditioners, superior cooling with lower energy. Former Minister of Finance, Seth Tekbe, has been appointed by President John Mahama as Presidential Advisor on Economy. This was contained in the latest round of appointments released by the presidency. President John Mahama is expected to release his last batch of ministerial appointments later today. He is also promising to stick to 60 ministers. A great minister designate Eric Opoko has revealed that government will soon roll out a new program aimed at checking rising food prices. And that's all for the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the Generator Experts, and build-free solar hybrid air conditioners.
Welcome back. And that was the Joy Business Minute, brought to us by CBG. CBG, we stand with you. Anointed Engineering Services and Pinnacle Life Insurance, more for your smile. And Anointed Engineering Services Limited is into the sale of ultra silent fuel efficient diesel generating sets, with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA at competitive prices. And for every generator you acquire, you'll enjoy a 5-year warranty. They also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets. Their services include a 24-hour emergency service, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental services, professional advice, and sale of tire lights and rentals. You can locate their latest branches in Bibiani Petroji opposite the Bethel School Junction. And that's on the main Bibiani Kumasi Highway, Techiman X Oil Filling Station on the main Techiman Kumasi Highway. Locate their head office at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. They have 18 branches nationwide and are into skills training. They have a training school that trains students in generators and plans, auto mechanics, electricals and controls, solar installations. They offer 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. Call them on 0243 480 334 or 0243 690 295. Anointed, the Generator Experts. And 2024 was tough for many businesses. Will 2025 be better? Which sectors will attract investments in 2025? Where can businesses find money to expand in 2025? What new policies will emerge? And how will these impact your business in 2025? For answers and many more, join the 11th edition of Crystal Ball Africa 2025 for answers. Theme from challenges to new opportunities. Date 23rd January 2025. And that's on Thursday. Time 9 a.m. prompt. Venue Labadi Beach Hotel, Accra, Ghana. Don't miss this chance to network and tap into new opportunities. Register now at crystalballafrica.com. Sponsors Absa Bank Ghana, Deloitte, First Bank Ghana, Labadi Beach Hotel, Aris Properties, Mansa Gold, Kawa Mocha, Media Partners, Joy FM. This event is powered by AB and David Africa. And on big stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel, connecting energies. Latest from your partner for life, Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa, and Republic Bank, where the one for you. Our focus is on this.
Responsibility of Finance Ministry to continue funding projects that are on site. So big push is not about completing the projects already on site, but the major intervention project that can actually pay for itself, that can actually make huge impact on the country. So that is the difference. So we're not going to stop ongoing projects. The president has already made a commitment to that. However, the big push projects are dedicated and significant projects that are not going to be rushed, but are going to be done effectively so that all Ghanaians will get the impact of those projects.
It is indeed a serious problem confronting agriculture in this country. And we will want to introduce something new to reduce food losses in this country. We've been talking about agribusiness. What we are saying is that we are going to encourage the private sector to put in place mini plants close to the farms so that as soon as we harvest, they will buy the produce, process them. If it is cassava, for instance, you grind the cassava, put it in the rubber, you seal it, and then they sell to the big companies. If we are able to put these mini processing plants around the country, we will reduce food losses significantly in our country.
Eric Opoku talking about how they intend to reduce food losses in the country. You also heard from Governs Kwame Agboja talking about the big push. Earlier we brought you sounds from Haruna Idrisu's vetting. What's your own assessment of the vetting process so far? Yesterday was day 2. Governs Kwame Agboja for roads and highways, Haruna Idrisu for education, and Eric Opoku for food and agriculture. Were you impressed with the questions that were asked? Or you felt the nominees were treated with kid gloves? Were you impressed with the chairman's handling of the committee? How about Alexander Penyumaking, minority leader and ranking member? Let's get interactive this morning. Join us on WhatsApp 05511119997 and then on X, use the hashtag JoySMS. So switch to Telecel broadband today and experience incredible bonuses, non-expiry bundles, data transfers across devices, and lots more. New customers get 50% bonus data in addition to other mind-blowing offers, and existing customers receive 300 bonus data on every broadband renewal. To keep browsing, to subscribe to Telecel fixed broadband for these amazing offers, dial star 900 hash or use the Telecel Play app, or visit a Telecel retail outlet, or visit their website telecel.com.gh and get connected today. Terms and conditions apply. Telecel, connecting energies. Now, have you heard? Republic Bank is giving this season, and they're giving big. Pay with your Visa, credit card, and stand a chance to win an all-expense-paid trip to Dubai or a luxury staycation at some of Ghana's finest beach resorts, including Maha Beach Resort, Breezes Beach, or Camp Chache. You could win a 5-course dinner for 2 at the exquisite Brasa restaurant, a full-day spa services for 2, and other exciting rewards in the Republic Bank Tap Win and Fly to Dubai promo. All you need to do is use any of your Republic Bank Visa credit card, Infinite, Adishi, or Classic card. Every tap counts, so what are you waiting for? It's time to fly to Dubai with a Republic Bank Visa card. Start tapping and make this season unforgettable. This promo is under the Caritas Lottery platform. Republic Bank, we're the one for you. Still to come this morning, we'll be joined by Member of Parliament for Obuasi Kwamankesi and acting spokesperson of President John Dramani Mahama, Felix Kwachiofosu. The man you call now Felixo Romano. Here we go. He was telling us more about the appointments. He was telling us more about issues to do with energy, issues to do with feeding in our in our secondary schools, all of these and more, and how President Mahama is going about his first 14 days in office after these.
Auntie T, abeg, fix me gobetete Ghana. No garri, no oil, no plantain, just beans then eggs.
Hey, brah, that be dangerous combination, no?
Problem no day. I fit handle am.
For Telecel, we dey bob say everybody gets what they like. That be why Made For Me bundles day. Based on your usage, you fit get your own data and call packages. Fala! Made For Me bundles like the way you dey want them. That *530# then buy Made For Me bundles today.
Telecel, connecting energies.
What if we told you that your next adventure is just a tap away? That's right. With Republic Bank Visa Credit Card, it's your time to win a staycation at some of Ghana's luxury beach resorts, 5-course dinner, a full-day spa service, or the ultimate, an all-expense paid trip to Dubai, the city of gold. Every tap brings you closer to winning in the Top Win and Fly with Republic Bank promo. Whether it's Infinite, Adishi, or Classic Credit Card, just keep tapping to win. New customers are welcome. This promo is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Are you hoping to start university this January? If you want a British degree from a world-class university at a fraction of the cost, then join Lancaster University Ghana in Accra. With a diverse student community, vibrant campus life, and up to 50% scholarship to support your study, Lancaster University Ghana provides you with a world-class education that creates endless possibilities globally. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Apply to join Lancaster University Ghana, where learners become leaders. Admissions are currently open for our January 2025 intake. Apply now for our foundation program. For more information, contact us at +233 030 221 8989 or send an email to admissions@lancaster.edu.gh. Lancaster University Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa.
I used to stress about where to receive my advertisement card and always used to doubt whether my friend has really sent it.
So I asked a friend of mine and he said his wife used to have similar challenges until she decided to receive money transfers from CBG.
Well, I can relate because now I receive my money from CBG. It's so simple, fast and secure with no delays and no hidden fees. And I must say, life is now feeling good.
Stay connected to your loved ones no matter where they are. With Consolidated Bank Ghana's money transfer services, you can receive money quickly and securely from abroad, whether through MoneyGram, Western Union, PayAngel, Transfast, UnityLink, Ria, EasyRemit, Funes, TapTap Send, and TerraPay. Cash out your way any day with Consolidated Bank Ghana. Welcome to the good life. CBG, we stand with you.
We stand with you.
What makes you smile? Is a time with loved ones, pursuing your passions, or simply enjoying life's little moments? At Pinnacle Life Insurance, we believe that life insurance should do more than just protect your family's financial future. It should also help you live your best life now. Our policies offer comprehensive coverage, living benefits, and rewards to help you make the most of today because we think of wealth differently. At Pinnacle Life Insurance, we provide solutions that give you more for your smile, more time, more freedom, more joy. For more information on our policies, call us on 0501 451 400 or visit www.pinnaclelife.com.gh. Pinnacle Life Insurance, more for your smile.
Do you want to remain productive and competitive in your business? Then I am happy to remind you that Anointed Engineering Services Limited is still here to serve. We provide homes, offices, and institutions with ultra-silent, reliable, and fuel-efficient diesel generating sets with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA at unbeatable prices. You also enjoy a 5-year warranty. Anointed Engineering is noted for unwavering 24-hour after-sale emergency service service, rental and sale of tile lights and genuine spare parts, undertake repair and maintenance of all diesel generators and buy back used generators. Sign up today at our training school and gain hands-on experience from our team of professionals on generators, plants, auto mechanics, electricals, controls, and solar installations. Anointed Engineering has 18 branches nationwide. Locate our head office in Accra at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. Call our hotlines on 0302 324723 or 0243 690295. Also on 0243 480334. Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
Coffee in your cup.
Mr. Akwa,
you know,
Robertson like to take you by surprise. Eh?
Yes, don't mind me. He will think that I will say that Mahama is like that song. yeah, he is calm, but he can surprise you.
Oh, Mahama is surprising.
And some people will be surprised today. I've had a glimpse at the
here we go.
Who's going where?
The here we go.
Yes, yeah, here we go.
Final list is today.
Yes. And you see, you should listen to this one. I know somebody in Tamale who is tuned in since morning. He's been checking the page on consistent refresh.
Raymond, you know,
then his boss will call him. Your name can't say no.
Raymond, wait.
It's like the two of you. Your post has come.
You know that in this game, before you are made a minister, you would have been called because the final list is on the way to Parliament.
No, but take your time.
Wait.
Everything can happen. Oh, wait.
Yeah, but hold on.
Some people
if you have not been called,
some people were, if not even minister, some people were preparing for CEO position.
And the party,
they are red party.
The party, yes.
They had ordered ice. They had ordered ice. They even ordered pork.
Because they didn't order it from me, even though they knew me.
Yeah,
that's why they were disappointed.
They had ordered pork. The boys had ordered ice. Everything on set. The kefir, the decorator, everything. Oh, then the thing no come. Yes. You have to call kefir. You don't know whether I tell the woman hold on permanently or hold on.
But you see, if you know me,
yes,
and you know that I'm a pig farmer, and you don't order the pork from me, how can your party be a good one?
But this is not about you. Why are you? People are losing positions that you are making about you.
Don't worry. That party will come off this weekend.
You sure?
Winston, how many calls have you had from potential or ministers or lobbyists? Actually, what have you heard?
Oh no, the cause you hear is that Charlie, they are taking me here, but I don't know if it will change.
Oh God,
that's tier 1 call. Those who are settled and may not be happy with it. There's also the second tier 1. Hey, Ray, it appears that people are forgetting me small. At least you should be sending shout outs to me so that you know.
There are some who would also do what Apenyo is doing.
Yes,
Alexander Apenyo-Makin is doing what he did for Clementa Park.
True. So I know you, Clementa Park. You are going to education ministry. Say deputy. Because
he says I'm doing something for you.
When he said education ministry, the other sitting there. They look back. You could see the list. The people who look back, no. Yeah. Then he said. Then he had a deputy. Then the next week, Clementa Park was sharing food.
Oh God.
Yes, Clementa Park is sharing warehouse food to the entire country. Rice, maize. It will go. We are deploying. Yes. He's acting. So no, but you know,
this is interesting.
See, one of the things that destroys every society is Edidija.
Yes.
And people feeling that they deserved it but they didn't get it. Yeah, you will tell them. You see, you can say consolatory things to people like wait your turn. You know, it's about life. People have waited for God knows how long, and they are like, see, it shall also be your turn. No, wasting those things they say to you when you are losing. please. Nobody enjoys that conversation.
Right.
Yes,
You're
please.
right.
No. The boys are expectant. You understand what I'm trying to say? And you know, maybe opposition for 8 years has been a problem. But this is not reward for staying in opposition for 8 years. I am convinced that John Dramani Mahama is interested in selecting, and we expect him the very best for this country.
Raymond Akwa.
We are expecting him to select the very best.
Today,
so
keep listening.
Disappoint people.
Felixo Romano is on his way.
Yes. He'll be here.
Here we go.
He will announce it here.
Here we go. Will he? No, it's on its way to Parliament.
But will he announce it?
No, once it gets to Parliament.
Yes.
Once they have information, it is in Parliament.
And if he's on the show,
what else? It is in Parliament. I mean, I've just done my checks.
And you have some.
It's on the way. It's on its way to Parliament. The list is on its way to Parliament.
You have deep throat sources.
But this that list can be returned.
No, that
for
is why,
corrections.
No, that is why Felixo Romano is not here now. He's sending the list to Parliament.
Okay.
The list is being transmitted to the
speaker. So you can intercept him somewhere else.
Are you Kwekubako? Are you Kwekubako?
Well, you're saying that in this era, we still have to print it on a hard paper.
No.
It
It has been communicated to the speaker.
There you go.
But it's
the way he said he's taking it to Parliament.
It's on its way.
It's on its way.
It's on its way. It must sign.
Yeah, somebody must sign. Yeah.
But what if the speaker also adds? What if the speaker also adds his own list?
Yeah. What if what is being taken is different from what?
What if the speaker says that this is what I got?
Yeah.
And prints out something different? How
And
do you
it
do
is
that?
different from the mindful of all the electronic transaction difficulties that happens in the world.
My brother, the long and short is that today there are some people who are in their villages praying. And, because our leaders, our presidents in the past have a lot of respect for chiefs. They've actually engaged the chiefs of their areas.
Yes.
Who are actually lobbying. But I know, for instance, that, there's...
oh, you're not mentioning the name.
I never mention names.
Yeah.
I don't mention people's names.
Of course.
I know somebody who said, Charlie, we have to try and send the chiefs to go and see President Mahama.
Yeah.
Because
the way things are going.
And let's get the whole regional house of chiefs. And he said, but this person is not part of the regional house of chiefs. But he's a very powerful chief. Once he's your friend, also go let him make a point for you. That's how they do it.
Winston, the difficult part is that the person you are giving your CV to is also fighting for his own appointment.
I know that story.
So your CV and the CV of others is part of the list of CVs the man is having, but his own is number one.
Yeah.
His own has not even reached the man yet.
In all of this, what confuses me is why people are so eager and so desperate to go and serve. I mean, isn't that a lot of work? Is it really service?
It is service. It is the theory I always propound.
So, but why? I mean, I don't get it. Like,
no, hold on. You see, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh made a point. He says this is a responsibility.
Yes.
Okay, and not a reward. When he was asked to chair, he saw that as service to the nation.
Yes.
He has a response. He has a duty to serve. There are a lot of people who don't see it like that. Technically speaking, it's supposed to be service to the nation.
This is a Constitutional Review Committee.
No, I've moved away from that, and I'm now. Okay. When I finish, you'll understand.
Okay.
Yeah,
but a lot of people see it as a reward for how they supported a campaign.
That's how they get disappointed.
Well,
because you are put in what you consider to be effort, and you are putting something that's of valuable nature to you, and you are fearing that if you are not rewarded, you would have lost out. But I'm just reminding them, public service is a privilege. Is a privilege that the people of this country bestow upon you with the hope that you are a trustee for the people. All your actions reflect their interest first, not yours first. Hopefully, when you're able to reflect their interest, it will include yours. So if you're a minister for roads, you build the roads, we all are on the roads and they are happy with it. That's the only expected benefit. Any other thing which becomes your priority leads to your downfall. And history is there to guide all of us in the participation and activation of this.
So you must eschew that reward mentality.
In fact, to me, those who push for it are the ones who don't deserve it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, why are you so desperately pushing for a position to come and serve us?
True. Mindful of how we treat the people who serve us.
Like Winston said, public service is a responsibility. Usually, a lot of people run away from responsibility.
So, guys, we'll come back to this.
Towards it. We're lobbying for responsibility.
We will come back to this now that Felixo Romano is on his way to the Super Morning Show. We know that the list is on its way to Parliament. Now, to all the female entrepreneurs, agribusiness owners, and young entrepreneurs out there, we see you. We understand the challenges you face. Your story matters, and we're here to support you every step of the way in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. ABSA is offering SME loans at an unbelievable 10% interest rate per annum. Imagine having access to up to 1 million Ghana cedis completely collateral-free. This isn't just talk, where we've already disbursed over 600 million, supporting over 1,600 businesses within the past year. And we're especially proud that 67.3% of our beneficiaries are women-owned enterprises. Your success is our success. If you're ready to write the next chapter of your success story, visit our SME project office, nearest ABSA branch, or visit our website, absa.com.gh. Your story matters, ABSA.
The greatest gathering on Africa's prosperity is going to happen from the 30th of January to the 1st of February. This is Africa's most influential business and political leaders all gathering in Accra, Ghana for the Africa Prosperity Dialogues and Africa Project Afrique exhibition under the theme Delivering Africa's Single Market Through Infrastructure. And you're not talking about single market, we are talking about what the EU has today. So, delivering Africa's single market through infrastructure, invest, connect, and integrate. This high-level summit will bring together heads of states and heads of government, business leaders and executives, social change makers, and policy makers to shape the future of Africa's infrastructure and trade. The Africa Prosperity Champions Awards and Presidential Gala will take place on the 1st of February at the Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel here in Ghana. This exclusive event will honor political estates, bureaucratic estates, private sector, CSOs, and personalities who have contributed to Africa's prosperity. To register, contact 0536 098 325 or protocol at africaprosperity.net or visit this website, africaprosperitynetwork.com.
And sending mobile money across Africa is now easier than ever with PAPS, PAPSS. Now on your Fidelity mobile app, instantly send money to Nigeria, Kenya, Gambia, Liberia, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Djibouti, Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Rwanda securely, affordably, and in Ghana cities. No FX needed. Here's how. Just log into your Fidelity mobile app, go to transfers and select PAPSS transfer. It's that simple. Whether it's for loved ones or business, experience the convenience of transferring money without wait or higher fees across Africa on your Fidelity mobile app, or visit our branch near you. We are here for your journey. Believe with us. And I love this because sending money across Africa can be very, very difficult.
It is our quest.
This is an amazing.
Yes. Progressive continental unity.
Very.
And Nkrumah's vision coming to light.
Yeah.
No, it's one of the biggest things we have done for ourselves.
No, I agree. I agree.
Perhaps it's
sending
great.
money across Africa is very, very difficult.
And sometimes I have to convert it to dollars.
Yes.
You just send into some small country. For instance, ideally, you should be able to sit in a train and go and give it to the person.
Yes.
But the connectivity is also a problem.
And have you seen all these apps that are sending money? A lot of them still haven't figured out how to send money from here abroad. Only abroad here.
That's what is
Anyway, guys, are you ready to drive innovation and take the next step in your career? Apply for Ashesi University's master's program, which combines world-class education with African relevance. Regardless of your career aspirations, an Ashesi master's program equips you with the skills, ethics, and network to lead boldly. Applications are open for our 2025 cohorts. Learn more at ashesi.edu.gh.
Now, you are a graduate from the University, Polytechnic, College of Education, Nursing and Midwifery College, or you have completed senior high school and you're looking for the opportunity to study your dream course abroad. You can study in countries like Australia, Canada, UK, US, Ireland, New Zealand, and many more. Yes, Winston, UK, this one.
US.
Really?
Hey, you don't believe it?
No, I'm not saying so. I'm saying that let's move on. Oh, my brother, relax. Now the way you are fighting there, these countries have an excellent reputation in teaching and research. You can work part-time to support your studies and get up to 4 years post-study work visa. If you don't get the appointment, you can also go and study.
Of course.
When you have completed successfully, within the 4 years, you may get a PhD and come back. Application for January 2025 is ongoing. Contact Astrolinks to get information about admission, scholarship, as well as how to secure your study visa. You should be locating Astrolinks at 4A Popo Street, East Legon. Call them on 0265 341070 or visit their website astrolinks.net. Astrolinks is your pathway for success.
We have a question.
Yeah,
whose idea was it to name all the streets around that area of East Legon
fruits
by fruits?
Yeah, I've been wondering.
I understand
Mango Street.
Yes.
Pawpaw Street.
Yes. Pineapple Street.
Yeah. I've been wondering.
If you wanted to inquire,
I am insisting.
Apple Street.
The local government
Blackberry Street.
the new local government minister, whoever he puts in that particular, whoever is appointed as a MCU or whatever for the area, one of the things, because okay, I get it, there's Mensawu Street, right? Yeah, Mensawu.
Lagos what? Lagos Avenue.
That's even understandable.
Part of East Lagos is named after African cities, and the other part by fruits. Or after fruits. So you've got Addis Ababa Avenue, Lagos Avenue. Those ones, I think is the western part of East Lagos. Then the top there, before the boundary road.
Yeah, true.
That place is full of pawpaw, blackberry, coconuts.
Raymond, our friend Kwame Sapansedu.
Yes.
He sends a message. Says, "Good morning.
True.
What of those of us without CVs? Will we be considered?"
No, but I mean, after you, Kwame Sapansedu, I've already discussed with JM. We are considering making you, ambassador.
Ambassador.
Plenipotentiary.
The man doesn't have a CV.
No, but ambassador, we will not look at your CV. You see, he just had to have lived in the UK for some time. He qualifies, right? Yes, and he has been to some school. Yeah. No. Because if you allow Kwame Sapansedu to sit unconcerned and not doing other things in this
republic. We like him. We like what he's doing for Ghana.
Yeah, but we are saying not to play potential. You don't do anything.
Yes, but
you're saying that somebody appointed somebody who wasn't doing anything.
Oh, like your friend.
Who's my friend?
Your friend, Dr. Mahama. Dr. Mahama was,
my uncle. Dr. Edward Mahama.
Yes, they will add at large to it.
Be careful what you say about him.
Okay, sorry, sir, but we are saying we'll add at large to the title.
That is my original political party.
Yeah.
Yes. PNC.
The PNC.
You know my constituency was
is it still part of PNC?
I'm not. But you see, my constituency had the last PNC MP.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Hassan Azong.
Hey. We had Moses Daniba 2
times.
That's long time ago.
Hassan Azong is Busa South, actually.
Apak replaced him.
Replaced him. That's the last PNC MP.
Oh, wow.
Yes. We'll be right back after these messages.
Okay.
Yakone. What do you mean, sir? Free Oba. Metropolitan Life Insurance Adaruma. Now me too, I am insured. Say accident, real bommy, and also my family and I will be covered. And do you know I pay only 5, 6, 80 pesos a month? So allow me to sing. Now
with Metiasi from Metropolitan Life Insurance Ghana Limited, you can have peace of mind knowing that you and your family are covered. Dial *170# now. Metropolitan Life Insurance Ghana Limited. Together we can. Do you want to study abroad? I present to you Astolinks International. They give professional advice on study visas to the USA, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, and other European nations. They also advise on visa applications, general travel, and other immigration services. Call them on 0537 152 118 or visit them at 4A Pawpaw Street in East Legon. For more information, check out astolinks.net. Astolinks, pathway for success.
Step up with DSTV and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
Going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
You gotta know what you want.
If you're on Access, step up to Family and we'll up your shows to Compact. If you're on Family, step up to Compact and we'll up your shows to Compact Plus. And if you're on Compact, step up to Compact Plus and we'll up your shows to Premium. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
Education is the most powerful weapon to change the world. At Heritage Christian University, you're assured of quality education. We offer programs like Bachelor of Business Administration, Community Development and Theology, Theology and Ministry, Psychology, Nursing, Information Technology, Information Security, and Business Information Technology. Professional programs like ICA, CIMG, CIHRM, ABE. We also offer short courses on media and IT. What makes Heritage stand out is our experienced and scholar practitioner faculty quality entrepreneurial training with financial support, ultra-modern facilities, and hostels. Qualifications for entry is WASI or SSC or GBCE, HND or Diploma Top-Up. Mature 25 years and above. Heritage is located at Amasaman behind the Olympic Stadium. Contact us on 054 777 7731 or 020 229 8399 or www.hcuc.edu.gh. Heritage Christian University, educating compassionate entrepreneurial leaders.
Wear a condom for sex and protect yourself from HIV. HIV has no cure, no condom, no sex. This message is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission.
I used to stress about where to receive my Tracy car and always used to doubt whether my friend has really sent it.
So I asked a friend of mine and he said his wife used to have similar challenges until she decided to receive money transfers from CBG.
Well, I can relate because now I receive my money from CBG. It's so simple, fast and secure with no delays and no hidden fees. And I must say, life is now feeling good.
Stay connected to your loved ones no matter where they are. With Consolidated Bank Ghana's money transfer services, you can receive money quickly and securely from abroad, whether through MoneyGram, Western Union, PayAngel, TransFast, UnityLink, RIA, EaseRemit, Thunes, TapTap Send, and TerraPay. Cash out your way any day with Consolidated Bank Ghana. Welcome to the good life. CBG, we stand with you.
We stand with
because they take the job and he's got debt on his head. So we need to make construction attractive business to recruit and give employment to young people, especially those in the technical fields, engineers and everything. At the moment, that is not happening. So we will sit down with the stakeholders to see, maybe the committee can get involved, as we call the stakeholders, and chart a new path. Surely, this is not sustainable. We can't continue this way. Some capacity building sometimes within our committees to be able to be effective. So indeed, those in the service already need, to update their knowledge. But critically, we need to recruit new engineers and give them that capacity so that we can have a good number of people deployed on the almost 4,000 different road projects going on at the same time across the country.
It is indeed a serious problem confronting agriculture in this country. And we will want to introduce something new to reduce food losses in this country. We've been talking about agribusiness. What we are saying is that we are going to encourage the private sector to put in place mini plants close to the farms so that as soon as we harvest, they will buy the produce, process them. If it is cassava, for instance, you grind the cassava, put it in the rubber, you seal it, and then they sell to the big companies. If we are able to put these mini processing plants around the country, we will reduce food losses significantly in our country. My argument was clear. I was speaking on the floor of the House, and I did indicate that I find it extremely difficult appreciating why at a time when cocoa production is declining, office expenditure is ballooning. And I refer to the Auditor General's report that in 2021, Ghana produced 1,047,000 tons of cocoa, and office expenditure was 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. In the following year, cocoa production declined from 1,047,000 tons to 655,000 tons. But office expenditure, according to the Auditor General's report, increased to 2.6 billion. The following year, cocoa production declined to 530,000. Office expenditure again increased to 3.4 billion. So if you establish this inverse relationship between office expenditure and cocoa production, every rational being will question whether you are being fiscally prudent or there is some kind of fiscal laxity in the administration.
In my reading in the last few days, I have come to appreciate a major dichotomy which needs our urgent critical attention. Rural-urban dichotomy in the quality of education, northern-south dichotomy in the quality of education, and more deprived schools not producing because of quality of teachers and the presence of teachers in those areas. I intend, even when we assume office, to engage the Honorable Minister for Local Government as part of the financial realignment to get him to accept that teacher accommodation can be done by realigning common fund into building those for teachers in the rural areas. You will still have in urban areas, Honorable Former Minister and Chairman, in the urban areas, the out of school dropout, you see them. In the rural areas, you don't. That's the danger. We also have to be careful that we are not producing unemployed graduates from free senior high school who would become a threat and unemployable. So that is why Minister hails some of the TVET initiative, because we have to improve employability.
Makers Awards is here again to honor everyday people making extraordinary impact across Ghana. But we can't do it without you. Yes, you. We need you to tell us whom you think should be the next Joy News impact maker. That person could be your neighbor, family member, friend, colleague, or someone you have heard about making significant strides in your community. The Joy News Impact Makers Awards brings your heroes and heroines into the spotlight. You can nominate an impact maker in just a few easy steps. Send an email to impact.makersaward@myjoyonline.com, fill the form, and tell us about your hero or heroine. Entries are open from now to February the 10th, 2025. You can make your hero or heroine a Joy News impact maker and appreciate the work they do for your community, be it in health, education, ICT, water and sanitation, agriculture, and many more. Also remember to nominate that person for a special award in climate adaptation innovations and ICT. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
Hey, so as for you, every day you are just pressing your phone. Why? Are they paying you?
They are, Oma. The more I use my MTN, the more points I get. And I can use those points to get airtime, data, and even discounts at shops and restaurants.
Hey, so that is why all of you are always pressing your phones. And you won't tell us, so that we too we can enjoy some.
Oh, ma.
There's always more to enjoy with MTN Rewards. Just keep talking, testing, and browsing all day, every day to collect your points and use it to redeem amazing offers and discounted freebies right away. There's so much available for you. So dial *550# and get your reward today. Let's go everywhere you go.
Kweku, have you heard what they are doing on MTN?
education sector will be all encompassing. We will give true meaning to the pursuit of free, compulsory, universal basic education.
It is the responsibility of Finance Ministry to continue funding projects that are on site. So big push is not about completing the projects already on site, but the major intervention project that can actually pay for itself, that can actually make huge impact on the country. So that is the difference. So we're not going to stop ongoing projects. The president has already made a commitment to that. However, the big push projects are dedicated and significant projects that are not going to be rushed, that are going to be done effectively so that all Ghanaians will get the impact of those projects.
It is indeed a serious problem confronting agriculture in this country. And we will want to introduce something new to reduce food losses in this country. We've been talking about agribusiness. What we are saying is that we are going to encourage the private sector to put in place mini plants close to the farms so that as soon as we harvest, they will buy the produce, process them. If it is cassava, for instance, you grind the cassava, put it in the rubber, you seal it, and then they sell to the big companies. If we are able to put these mini processing plants around the country, we will reduce food losses significantly in our country.
Morning Show.
Joy 99.7 FM. And very soon, Felix Kwachofosu will be joining as acting spokesperson to President John Dramani Mahama. We're still waiting for him. He'll be joining us in studio for a conversation. But what a way to kick off 2025. Holiday in Airport City is now Palms by Eagle, offering a fresh, delightful experience. The newly improved hotel is ready to welcome you with unmatched hospitality in the heart of Ghana. Don't miss our Sunday brunch with assorted flavors at a discounted rate of 300 Ghana cedis. Come and experience elevated hospitality like never before at Palms by Eagles.
The brunch is 300 Ghana cedi.
Yes, the brunch is 300 Ghana on Sunday.
That's quite cheap, isn't it?
It's very, very affordable.
Yeah, it's worth exploring. Sammy, first time in your life, take me to one, okay? Respond there.
Consider it done.
Oh, okay. If you say it there, I mean, clearly, it's just like the appointment. If Winston says that I've been appointed, I'll agree. If some of them says you are being considered, you are in trouble. So, now, Heritage Christian University is set up to provide a missing link in tertiary education through creativity and innovation. You need to lead a change with a university that's built for tomorrow's leaders. Since 2018, the university has given over 450,000 Ghana cedi as startup grants. The school itself, yes, not other people, to a number of its students to start their own businesses. Imagine going to school and then getting money to start your business at the end of the day. There is really a huge emphasis on entrepreneurship, technology, practical learning, and professional certification. The school is accredited by the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission and located at Amasaman behind the Olympic Stadium. There are graduate and undergraduate programs available. Contact Heritage Christian University College on 0547 777731 or 020-229-8399 or on www.hcuc.edu.gh for more details. Heritage Christian University, educating compassionate entrepreneurial leaders.
And get ready for a game changer, SMEs. We're introducing Yellow Biz, a new multi-service bundle with everything you need for smarter business solutions. This all-in-one package consists of 4G plus router with 10 gigabyte of free data, Microsoft Office 365, genuine Microsoft applications, Webways, a customized business website for your business, Unicom Service, a unified business communication solution for your virtual call center, IVR, and conferencing needs, all for a good deal you don't want to miss. With MTN Yellow Biz, your business will gain access to advanced productivity tools, a powerful online presence, and superior customer experience to optimize your operations. To stay ahead of competition, call 100 or 0244308111 or email at MTN. It was mtnbusiness.gh at mtn.com, or visit mtn.com.gh/business or any MTN office for a yellow biz, and stay connected everywhere you go. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, the Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited is organizing its ongoing promotional sales. It started from November last year and it's continuing to the end of the times that all the stock will finish. Now, let's get it straight. Kingdom Books and Stationery is giving away up to 15% discount on all furniture at their furniture shops. You know where to go to for it, right? In Tema, it's at Community 4, and the head office at Akwaje. When you are in Takra, all that you need to do is get closer to Market Circle. The University Big Shop in Cape Coast, yes, Cape Coast Legon is where you get it. Now, if you are near Spintex, go straight to the Absa place. At Atomic is the Center Point Mall. Winneba University Campus is where you get it, and KUST and Santase are the places you will get it in Kumasi. You can also shop online, kingdomstoreonline.com. For further enquiries, contact us at these numbers: 0501 620 810 or 0302 764 101, or send us an email at info@kingdomgh.com. Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, where quality and affordability are both assured. Terms and conditions apply.
Very, very crucial in Sami Odame's voice.
Yes.
But look, they may not be your everyday newsmakers, but they are champions in your neighborhood. They touch the very core of humanity, making life meaningful and bringing hope to the hopeless. They're always eager to brighten the corner where they are, even when no one else would take the risk. They're the first to take the initiative in the quest to change the narrative, even with their personal resources. If you find them worthy of celebration and national recognition, then nominate them for the Joy News Impact Makers Award 2025. The call for nominations will end on February 10. Send your entries to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com to recognize your community hero. Joy News Impact Makers, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impacts. Raymond, before we bring Felix in, let's look at the vetting process yesterday.
Before you do that, I have been complaining that if I do not get a position on Felix's Facebook page, I will form Occupy Ghana 2.0. Now, I have seen that James Sajenim Boatina said that, has assured me that I'm getting Minister for Happiness, which is a position I am considering to. I've not been appointed there. Minister for Happiness is a very important position. You know, there are countries with Minister for Happiness.
Oh, yes, I know.
Because happiness is important. We need to be happy as a people. You need to be excited. And if you appoint a partial Fanti as Minister for Happiness, you have done very, very well. You have promoted happiness in this country. Or you disagree?
I agree. Once the position of...
Even if the minister is not working, deputy is okay.
No, the Minister for Happiness, once it does not affect our... state purse. I don't have a problem.
You don't want to be happy in this country?
I want
all
to
the
be
things
happy.
you are doing, when the economy gets better, it makes the people happy. When they get better education, they should be happy.
So we'll be happy.
When they get good jobs, they should be happy.
So
when inflation is down, they should be happy.
Yes. So
my responsibility is to ensure that we are happy. What is the problem with that?
So yes, thank you, and the president would appoint you as Minister for Happiness.
Thank you. The way you are saying it, and you're not supporting me, if I become Minister for Happy, I will remove him from the happiness list.
No, the Minister for Happiness will be ex officio. So you will be, don't worry, ex officio.
Yes.
It doesn't affect the state.
Sami Odami, Chief of Staff in the Minister for Happiness office.
Yes, as you've started already.
Yes.
Making people happy by addressing and then looking at the vetting yesterday.
Well, you know that things I say, nobody gets happy with that. So you want to remove my position now.
Some will be happy.
Okay, well
at every point, some Ghanaians will be happy with what you say.
Brilliant.
At every point. Today, it may be one side. Tomorrow, may be the other. These days, I get people sending me videos of what people are doing and say, I want to hear your comment on it.
True.
I want to hear SMS on it.
True.
Yes, we'll talk about all of them. But I thought that Eric Opoku really distinguished himself very well.
It was an excellent delivery.
He showed great understanding of the area.
Not the things you read alone.
Yeah.
He's shown he has experience in the sector. So when he says he's a farmer, it's pretty obvious. You can see that this is a guy who's lived the system. 2, he also sometimes finds some data to back the things he says.
Exactly.
So sometimes some people have experience, they do not have the technical knowledge to back it. But he appears to have both. And it's a bit difficult finding this kind of people sometimes in our setup. Or they might be too old, or they might be retired and all of that. But you can see him as a man who blends both and still has done politics. So he knows how to bring the politics too. But when you take away the politics from his commentary, you can see a genuine quest to improve sectors. And you know, the thing about improving sectors, he doesn't only identify problems. He says, oh, I wish we could do it this way. Yeah. And if given the opportunity, this is why we put this in our manifesto. It's also one link that some of the people don't know. You could see he was part of those who wrote the section.
Exactly.
You could see that he's been working in the sector. You could see he understands it. A few of the things I disagree with him on, but those are even on how to do it, not whether or not the.
What are those things you disagree with him?
So, for example, I disagree with the thought we have that we still need to pretend we are going to get Raymond to give off 100 acres in Jabin for somebody else to do the farming. I really think that if this state is serious, it should get back into the business of state-led farms. Not necessarily say I've given it to Winston to go and do it and all of the other things that comes with that. That comes with selecting Winston and all of the other difficulties we find. If state is taking Raymond's land, mindful of the fact that I want the land back, no conversations over it, so that tomorrow they don't create the impression it's no longer for state's use. If you are taking the land, say in Jabin, state farms are still viable. They are still a sensible alternative. They are still reasonable to do. We know that investing money into these states after requires serious capital, and the state has the muscle to invest the money.
You know what happened with the economic enclave project, for instance? The state acquires these lands, so there's acquisition.
Yeah.
When the state acquires the land, the state then would develop the land by the provision of roads, some drainage system,
almost preparing the
system.
place.
So the state prepares the land, and then the state would now lease the land to farmers. So if you want the land, you come and pay, and then the state gives it to you. But of course, in the acquisition of the land, the state could go into a lease agreement.
Yeah.
So if the state is coming for the land from you, Raymond, in Drabing, the state can say, we're leasing the land for a 50-year period, and we're going to use the land to grow rice.
Yeah.
Or there are even some areas.
But the plan has been, they say we are going to use it for rice. The next time they are building estate apartments and those things on the land.
Yeah, but
and it becomes a different conception and a different agreement.
I've seen the Kasunya place.
Okay.
When I went to the Kasunya place, what I saw was actually rice farms. Then they also built a warehouse, and they had some national service. Some persons who had completed national service, and some persons who had read agricultural engineering and other agribusiness related courses who were on the farms working. Okay, so this is not an area that you say will be converted into estate. I even know there's history that we've done that before, but this is it for me. If we were to do that, and in some areas actually, Raymond, there are certain areas where the chiefs are willing to give out the land freely, but they're not giving the land freely because they just want to give it out freely. They're giving the land freely because they believe that by giving the land out freely, you're going to build a rice processing plant there, which their farmers can also take advantage of. So they give you a land, say 1,000 acres. They say, give part of it to indigenous farmers who would then farm, say 100 acres freely. The rest, you can lease it. Some would go into a sharing arrangement. At the end of the day, whatever works should be done. And that's why I would have felt that agribusiness be added to agriculture.
Yeah, it's also one of the arguments that, we had about whether trade was the best fit point because of all the plethora of issues. My issue is perhaps it's ideological. I do not think that, mindful of the focus we want to give agriculture, and mindful of the intensity and the capital, you will know better that the amount of money you have to pump into it, this republic is in a better place to source money and put the money where its mouth is. if this republic says in the next 5 years, Winston, we are making sure that we do not import rice. So this republic is growing rice wherever it can grow the rice. We can do it within the period.
Yeah.
We have tried with other people coming on board, and we know what has happened to that. But if it is our state's focus, not necessarily make it look like, oh, private people should come and take over and all of that, that we will do that. We have done it before in this country. In fact, the project we have been very proud about, Feed Yourself, started with state itself having major farms all over the place. People that replicated and learned from these farms. Indeed, another example, when we have talked about examples about people being able to make shoes, all the shoe factory theories started with the state being directly driving it. People then got skills from that to then replicate into other areas. So check all of the what they call it, Agric and other places in Kumasi where people became wonderful shoemakers. They learned the skill from the institutionalized state-led plan to actually put in place a factory for making shoes. So I do not think in our level of development, mindful of our history, when we divorce the state and make it look, oh, you just do preparatory work, it will work. We have done so for so many years and it has not given me the results. If you are serious about it, like the way we take certain sectors and say, listen, here, state is involved, state is building this, state is developing that to make sure that we get the results. I disagree that, especially a center-left political party, is so, so, if you like, removed.
I get where you're coming from ideologically. Yeah. But as you would agree, in the past when we have tried these, again, we have seen the elements of state capture. So you're talking about the ideal situation. Mm-hmm. So if the ideal situation worked, but in a country where the ideal situation doesn't work like Ghana, then the famous statement by Machiavelli, that he who thinks of how life ought to be is on a path of destruction, but he who thinks of how life is on a path of preservation. The path of preservation now would be the state doing the preparatory works and having individuals getting in. Because sometimes also the challenge is that you may not be able, so when it comes to road construction, individuals cannot lead the construction of roads. It's very expensive, so you may want the state to assist. But the challenge is that if you give this to the state, again, our attitudes, and the problem with attitudes is such that there's a change in government and the assumption is that this is one thing that should be grabbed by people.
No, I get your point.
And that is why...
No. Yes. I get your point, yeah.
So that's why you expect that let the state do the preparatory works and let the private sector, the individuals go in. So the state has built the mill, the rice milling machine. The individuals go in. They actually have, once these rice is ready, is taken to the mill, then they can get to the market. They get to the market. Over time, when we have sufficient rice, for instance, we can then say we are actually banning or putting additional duty on the importation of rice because then we have enough rice to feed our people. Mm-hmm. But without the, enough rice, I do not subscribe to this whole thing of, putting, banning the importation or increasing the duty on.
In fact, you only make it expensive, and you have not fixed the problem at the end of the day.
Exactly.
And again, I also did not hear him say that conversation we've had. Pick your top 10 imports, and show me proof of how you're going to replace those imports. To me, that is more of a priority in our agri sector than any other thing. Because I don't want unrealistic vision. I don't want, we will all of a sudden become food sufficient and dependent. No. Pick your top 10. For each of the top 10, show me proof that in the 4 years, even if it's 3 years, by the end of your 4 years, we will not be doing the level of importation we are doing with them. And there will be this level of sufficiency when it comes to these products. What would that do? You know that these top 10 imports will contribute to inflation. Imported inflation. It will reduce that. When it reduces that, effectively, you are making people's lives better.
Yeah.
Effectively, you are reducing the cost of living. Effectively, you are making it simple for people to spend a little and still get food to eat. I hope you are getting that theory. I am not one of those people who feel that agric is just to pretend to people that you are doing massive works. If it doesn't result in actual food prices being driven down. So the reality should be seen. The facts on the ground should reflect a system where we are not pretending to be doing things like, oh, we introduce this there, we introduce this, that we do fanfare with it. At the end of 4 years, I expect John Dramani Mahama's government to account to us that when we took agric, don't tell me about growth rate. I mean, we have seen enough of growth rate conversations, which has no reflection on the reality. Because sometimes it is possible for you to import things into the sector and get the impression that it has bumped your growth rate. But alternatively, show me proof that we used to import tomatoes. Now we have had excess tomatoes that is driven down the price to the point that we now convert the tomatoes into canned ones, which means there's a lot available for people to consume, and we are buying it at 1/3 the price we used to buy it. Buying at 1/3 is driving down inflation. If you drive down inflation, you really are making an impact in people's lives. Which means that if I used to spend 2,000 on food every month, if I'm allowed to spend, let's say, if not 1,500, or I keep 2,000 for the next 3 or 4 years, you know how important that will be for me, and that will be for so many families when they are planning their future. Like elsewhere in other parts of the world, inflation is 2%. If you have inflation at 2%, you can plan with it. Our system makes even planning your own life difficult. So those are the things I want you to see. Not just having fanciful ideas. It translates into reality. It translates into building. And again, maybe education too was another point that I sought to see.
But before you continue, your very good friend Anthony Morrison of the Chamber of Agribusiness says, the key, he says, I'm listening to you and your colleagues, and I tend to have a different view on the role of the state while we seek to integrate agribusiness. The key role of government is to do the heavy lifting while promoting private sector active participation. Well, that's what we've been talking about.
Yeah. So I'm the one who disagrees with that anyway.
Yeah.
But
let's get.
Of course, but there's an agreement that heavy lifting is still government's own. As to whether you leave it there and let others continue, or you let government do it, is where we disagree.
Yeah. So yes, you're going to education.
I am saying, for example, education too. What was ultimately missing, and that's sometimes missing in our thinking as a people. Education is a means to an end. It's a means to a more prosperous, developed society. I did not get the linkages being drawn properly. There is something that, even if you have all the problems with Osei Oduchum, you will not miss. A vision for a more prosperous, developed state, which he feels education plays that role. I didn't hear that in Harun Idris's, responses. I felt, and of course, sometimes you can't blame him. Well, I'm not sure he spent 10, 15, or 30 years of his life thinking deeply about education policy and the things that should be going there. I hope you get the point. I was expecting that, because if we leave it at the means to an end part, it's useless. Everybody, even if today you put a robot there, making sure that releases are available, making sure that SHS gets 1.8 billion, this amount is also released to this sector. It's natural. We do not need a minister to do that. We need a minister with vision. That vision that drives us, that within your period, we can now use that to assess that the kids that were trained within your period, these are the kids who brought this percentage of productivity, and it affected our GDP to this level. I don't know if you are getting the connection.
Well, I get the connection because, years ago I was doing something on educational reforms in Ghana.
Yeah.
And one of the first things I came across was education being a passport to it, but also the fact that the world was now moving towards a knowledge-based economy.
Mm-hmm.
How do we shape the minds of people? So, you're thinking about the revolution, but we had reached a point where you needed to train people to actually face the next development of the world.
True.
And that is what education seeks to do. But this is the other challenge with Harun Idrisu's vetting. Even the one who spent the most minutes asked a lot of his questions outside education.
I agree.
So,
the minority leader himself.
Yes. So Harun Idrisu was not given the opportunity to actually address questions relating to his sector. A lot of the questions were, oh, you groomed us. Congratulations. My son in whom I'm well pleased. Congratulations. And he said, congratulations. And so I agree with them. And the other questions then were on industrial unrest, and how they're going to pay the no stress fee policy in the NDC manifesto. So what you really expected. So for instance, And if you have conversations with Educhum, but this is why you'd have expected Educhum himself to lead that.
I was also disappointed in his own questioning too. Let me be clear. He sounded more, because if he was on the other seat, he would have found ways to drive it in there. The thinking and the conversation about where we take this kind of system and thinking, which policies drive our state and which way we want to go. I mean, in 2015, I wrote this article about that the jobs which were available to people with low skills are no longer available. So it makes sense that our education is reformed. Finland says it is innovation-ready students they want, not examination-ready people.
Exactly, Raymond. And the man that these days they call Felixo Romano.
Yes.
Felix Kwachofosu. We have been expecting him. He's finally
putting people on tenterhooks. Then you put up 2 eyes in some corner. And the boys are waiting.
I don't know how come he dropped the list at 1 a.m. Felix, good morning and thank you very much for joining us.
Oh, well, good morning, Winston.
When I saw the list, I had to go back to your
You share a first name with my first son, Winston.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice.
Named after the great Winston Churchill.
I see.
That's a very important one.
Yeah, but Felix, Churchill was what they call a conservative.
Yes, buddy.
So, Felix,
he's nonetheless a great historical figure. Yeah.
First of all, when is your own appointment? I've been seeing the list.
You may have to direct that question too.
No, but you are the one issuing.
Well, I merely convey the president's decision. So, but I don't make the decisions. Yeah.
Is it that likely that your acting becomes substantive?
Well, that would depend on what the president believes.
Because now that you have a deputy presidential spokesperson.
I cannot second guess the president at this moment. So we may all have to wait.
Okay.
Until he makes his final decision, and I would have the honor of conveying that decision to the Ghanaian people.
Have you sent the last one to Parliament?
I think that the deadline is today.
Yes.
And from all indications, the deadline will be met. So as and when it is met, I will make it known to the Ghanaian public on behalf of the president.
We promised the people that you are going to read out the final list here.
Yeah, well, you went a bit ahead of yourself because I'm not in a position to do so because I do not have any list as I speak to you.
You don't have any list?
No.
Nothing has been sent to the speaker?
Not at the moment. Like I said, the deadline will be met as and when.
Which means you know?
Well, I'm not in a position to disclose anything that I have not been told. Yes.
You are not in a position to disclose
anything that I have not been told.
Anything that you've not been told to disclose.
Absolutely.
But you know that the list is ready.
What I do know is that the president has taken steps to ensure that he fulfills the promise he made to Ghanaians, that within 14 days, at least his substantive cabinet positions would have been filled. That is on course to be met later today. And that's what I can say for now.
So today it will be sent to the Speaker of Parliament?
Yeah, it has to, because the president intends to fulfill his promise.
And if it is going to be sent to the Speaker of Parliament, Parliament sits today.
Yes. Don't forget I'm an MP, so I'm going to Parliament right from here.
Yes, and so the Speaker of Parliament, I'm sure once he gets into Parliament, he would read a communication from the President.
Yes, it is the first order of business anytime there's a communication from the President.
Okay.
In Parliament, yeah.
So at 10 a.m. the Speaker would read that if Parliament...
Well, I'm not sure about 10 a.m.
But I'm going to say if Parliament sits at 10 a.m.
But yes, that is definite, but I'm not sure that
it will be read at 10 a.m.
We'll read it exactly at 10 a.m. That I cannot promise. If it happens to be the case that by 10 a.m. the Speaker has received it, why not? I'm sure he will do what he has to do. Anytime he receives it, to the extent that Parliament is sitting, he will read it.
Is anybody who is going to be appointed or on that list aware?
Well, at least I do know that shortly before the list is dispatched, courtesy demands that they are made aware. You don't want to hear that you've been appointed on the airways. I don't think that it makes for proper governance.
So they all know now?
Well, I don't know whether they know now. What I do know is that before the communication is sent, they will be made aware.
Felix, I realize that because you have become the one who breaks news these days, a lot of people are having a discussion with you.
Yes,
tell them you are here now.
Sure.
You're very good friend, the late Sir Johnson. Whenever he was on radio, his hometown people were sending him messages. But verify. Let them wait.
There are some who actually send you a message and call you to tell you that they've seen you on TV. Yes, anyway. I'll control that. Please go ahead. Yeah.
So it's been 2 weeks already. What are the major things the president has been doing in the last 2 weeks beyond appointments?
Well, I think that the situation that the president met required some urgent steps to be taken. after the elections, we went straight into the transition process, which essentially entailed taking over the reins of government and knowing exactly what the situation is. But as you may be aware, the transition is such that the information we get is only up to October. And therefore, the vast chunk of the last quarter of the year does not have any information provided on exactly what may have transpired in government. So there's a certain void that needs to be filled. Right after the transition, when the president was sworn in, we discovered that there were major threats that needed to be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, we would face some crisis. One of them was the power situation. It was a very fragile power situation. We all knew in opposition, indeed, they formed a key part of our campaign, that the energy sector was in a mess. The sector was burdened with excessive debt that was basically strangling the life out of the sector. IPPs were owed in excess of $2.5 billion. Several other players in the sector were owed. There were problems with the purchase of fuel to fire thermal plants. There were issues with efficiency in the delivery of some energy sector utilities. And therefore, action needed to be taken. Now, the most pressing concern related to some maintenance that the West African Gas Pipeline needed to carry out on its pipeline. This was to have been done in October last year. The government of the day asked that they defer it to the first quarter of this year. That is January 20th. In fact, that would have been yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Now, West African Gas Pipeline obliged, but the assurance was that those 4 months will be used to purchase adequate fuel to ensure that by the time that the pipelines were shut down, we would have alternative source of fuel to power our thermal plants. During the transition, it came to our attention. We sought assurances, and we were given every assurance that everything had been done to ensure that we don't go into that difficulty with power. Only for us to take over the reins of power, and on the first day, discover that we do not have fuel to fire the thermal plants. The West African Gas Pipeline Company was also ready to carry out their maintenance, and it required. You recall that the very first day that President Mahama took office, we had to call an emergency meeting at 10 a.m. to discuss the matter. And following from that, a technical team was set up to resolve. As I speak to you, I can tell you that adequate supplies of fuel have been purchased. Some have already been delivered, others are on their way. And thankfully, we managed to secure a deal with WAPCO to further defer the maintenance work on the pipeline to February. We are confident that that period will give us enough time to make the necessary arrangements, and we are determined to ensure that we do not inflict any power outages.
So you say you've secured fuel?
Yeah, some of it has arrived.
Some of it has arrived.
Some on its way.
Because West Africa Gas Pipeline is postponed for 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks. So that would be February 3rd. February 3rd, yes.
February 3rd. So
yes.
Would we have adequate fuel?
Yes. Everything indicates that we'll have adequate fuel. Some of it has arrived already.
Earlier, there were concerns that you needed 4 weeks to have these.
That is true, but we had to bridge that time because of the urgency of the situation. So we had to bend over.
What about the treatment? Because the
arrangements are some of
energy designated was concerned about treatment. Yes,
that treatment takes about 2 weeks. So all of that was factored into the arrangements that have been made. So we are confident that we would avoid the situation. There are other threats further along the line that may come up, unrelated to fuel. But we have what it takes.
So there will not be
the concerns.
Any doomsday between February and March?
Certainly not related to issues to do with fuel. Yes, one cannot divine what may happen to the system.
You know, in the past we've had localized challenges.
Yes,
when sometimes we've also been very much aware that these localized challenges may not be localized challenges. The clarification is that there will not be doomsday in relation to fuel. What of fuel? So if there's a problem, it's localized challenges.
Yeah, it may be due to other developments, but
not the localized challenges we saw years ago.
Well, as for localized challenges, I don't think that even up until now we can say that they don't exist because it's a vast chain of machines and other systems.
No, last year, when we were told it was localized challenges, we here on the Super Morning Show
discovered that it was not there,
and we said it was fuel challenges.
That is fine.
I mean, we brought evidence to show that.
Sure, you are within your rights to dig into the matters and ensure the truth emerges. But what I'm saying is that we met a situation. We have acted swiftly to ensure that we avert that. The other challenge that we had was the issue about feeding senior high school students. You recall that the schools requested that the reopening dates be postponed in order that some arrangements can be made to feed them. Government declined and said that the school should open nonetheless. So within the first week, I think on the third day, of President Ahmed's presidency, I was in a meeting with the chief of staff together with the head of GS, the chief director from the ministry, and a rep from the senior high schools who told us that the situation was dire. They didn't have food. So we had to quickly mobilize. I think you heard earlier this week or late last week that some directive had been given for some rice to be evacuated to the schools. As I speak to you, I can disclose that up to 200 million Ghana cedis has been released to address that difficulty. I've seen the swift advice, so the money has gone.
Let's talk about the 200 million Ghana cedis. After that discussion, we got information subsequently from the former education minister that says he personally facilitated the release of 200 million Ghana cedis before the 7th of January, of which headmasters were paid 40 million cedis to buy perishables and over 100 million paid to suppliers, as in the debt owed suppliers.
Well, as of the time that we took office, no such payments had gone. Indeed, if payments had gone, I don't think that the schools would have bothered, to come to us to seek further assistance. So this has been done to ensure that problem is bridged.
So the schools have received the money?
Yes, they have received the money. But ultimately, it is the policy of government to ensure that the purchase of food items is decentralized, because the centralization creates this sort of problem. Huge monies are owed over time, and then we are held hostage by suppliers who make demands for their money. So ultimately, it will be decentralized to make sure that the schools themselves do the purchasing on the local market. We expect that will be more efficient. They do not have to rely on a center.
Let's get a decentralization.
Sure.
The headmasters will be giving money.
Together with Bezos, exactly.
And they would buy everything
that they need, of course.
As it used to be in the days when we were paying boarding fees.
And you find that those days, we didn't have this sort of difficulty. You may have localized challenges. Let me borrow your balance in reference to the sector. You may have localized challenges in that one or two schools may have difficulties at any time, but you will not have a general problem where all schools are the mercy of government or other benevolent entities because of widespread shortages in food. Yeah.
This 200 million, is that all the amount of money?
No. I think that is far more than that, but it will go a long way to address, even as government takes the opportunity. And mind you, this is a government that has been in power for barely 2 weeks. So I'm sure you agree that will require a bit of time to be able to assess the situation in full and devise mechanisms to address them. But the 200 million Ghana cedis should go a long way to help them bridge the gap, at least within the first quarter of this year.
There was also rice and maize that was being distributed. Have we sent these to all?
Yes, as far as I know, many schools have received it, if not all of them. Yeah, but in due course, all of them should receive as much as they need.
Now, the thinking was that this shouldn't be an issue that will crop up at this time.
Yes.
Because ordinarily, if the minister says he has released money and the people say they have received a part of it, the rest of it was what was supposed to get to the people.
Yeah, but remember, the point is that these are experienced operators. These schools know how the system operates. If they had received the money and were sure of receiving the rest, they would not make an urgent call to government to intervene. Why would the GS Director General lead a team to the flag staff? Why would representatives of CHAS meet the Chief of Staff and demand prompt action to address the difficulty if indeed the things that our friends in the previous government say have been done were done?
And you don't think, because that's one of the issues that have come up, this is an issue because these headmasters opposed the centralization. You don't think it's a way to bring back that conversation to the front burner?
But why would they?
Because already now you're saying government has made a decision officially.
But
re-centralize, decentralize.
In fact, it was a key theme of the education minister of President Mahama. He had disclosed long before the elections that he believes in decentralization of the procurement in relation to feeding and other activities of the schools. So it's something that he had always wanted to do. Number two, I'm not sure why headmasters would starve students just to drive home a point. I don't think that it would be a fair reflection.
We're told that some schools during the decentralized system had incurred debt on their own, some up to 50 million.
Yes, because government still has to finance it. Understand me? Decentralization does not mean that the schools will finance it themselves. It is government that has to give them the money. So it is entirely possible that they buy these food items on credit, but at least it is a more efficient system that ensures that whatever shortages may occur would not be widespread, but they will be localized, again, to hack back to your energy balance. So that's the schools owe some suppliers at the local level. In and of itself is not surprising. It is not unusual. I'm sure that at every point in time, some amounts will be owed on any number of issues. But we believe that is a more efficient system. It's a better way of doing things. It eliminates the incidence of corruption and profit sharing. That because what happens is that when it is centralized, it's only a few people well connected who get these contracts to do the supplies. And you know what happens over time. I mean, how many times have suppliers not invaded the buffer stock company to demand payment because of this sort of arrangement? But if it is localized, the schools go to the local market, depending on what their needs are at any point in time, and make the purchases. If they have arrangements with suppliers to do so on credit and have governments reimburse over a period, I think that is an arrangement that will bode well for everybody.
Beyond the firefighting that you have to do now,
yeah,
the promise was that we'll have a national conversation about education in this country.
Yes, that is true.
When is that?
That is on the card. Indeed, President Mahama has reiterated that any time that he has met a delegation that has called on, that will be done in due course. Indeed, he has discussed it with the IMF, with other development partners, with CHAS and all the others that have called on him. So it is something that he remains committed to. Indeed, there's also the National Economic Dialogue, which may perhaps precede the national education because of the exigency
and the connections that can come out of it.
So all that remain on the case.
But we don't have timelines for those.
No,
now.
I don't. As of now, no date has been set. But it will be pretty soon.
Still within the 120 days.
Absolutely, it will be pretty soon. Yes, because these are urgent things that need to be done. Because the economy is in a parlous situation, a parlous state. I beg your pardon. Our education is in shambles. I mean, there are simply too many problems. And government is determined to kickstart the process of addressing those. The way that we think we can do it is to achieve consensus around some of the critical issues in terms of funding, structuring, curriculum, what have you. When it comes to the economy, there are things that need to be done. By all means, because of the situation, there are some decisions that ought to be taken. And therefore, we need to achieve the buy-in of critical stakeholders to be able to do that.
Talking about consensus, because when it comes to education, for instance, there's also the school of thought out there that free SHS should be targeted. You, Felix, can pay your child's school fees through secondary school. Why should the state pay for you? I can pay my child's school fees through secondary school. So there's a conversation that why don't those who can afford pay? Or why don't, for instance, make day schools free and then boarding fee paying, but then those who cannot afford are giving scholarships to go through? So is it the case that if at the end of these meetings, the general consensus is a movement away from the current system, the president would be bound by it, or like you said in your manifesto, free SHS stays?
Of course. You see, I'm happy that you brought this up. One of the problems that we have faced over the period is the phenomenon of shallow populism. You see, it has become very difficult to state an opinion on some of these matters because you'll be pigeonholed immediately and things will be said about you. Now, if we are going to overcome some of the difficulties that we face, we are going to have to open up the system and take on board various views and suggestions. That school of thought that you alluded to is one that is worth considering. It should not be dismissed offhandedly simply because somebody thinks that there's some political capital to be made from saying that you've implemented free SHS. There is a problem that we all admit. Indeed, beyond the feeding issue, very early on in this government, I think on the second or third day, CHAS issued a statement indicating that they were owed close to 3 billion Ghana cedis in arrears relating to free senior high school. So we are implementing a policy that we are not funding, essentially. And how do you explain it? I had a nasty experience during this campaign. Do you know that there's a prominent school in my constituency?
I know
perhaps the most prominent amongst all the
I know that school.
Yes. I was shocked to learn that they have a student population of over 4,000 students. I was shocked to learn that last year, the whole of last year, they were giving 9,000 Ghana cedis to manage the school. 9,000 Ghana cedis for 4,000 students.
Entire year.
There are days when they will reach out to me and tell me that their dormitories have run out of electricity credit, and so I should help them to buy SIM. There's a very prominent school outside of my constituency in the central region, Cape Coast, who suffer problems. Their entire boys' dormitory is plunged into darkness intermittently because they cannot afford to buy 1,000 cedis worth of electricity credit. I had to embark on a program to equip all the secondary schools in my constituency with sporting items because they didn't have it. There were times when they went for games and people had to play football barefooted. They had to run barefooted. Right. So there are basic fundamental problems. The way to overcome those is to listen to everybody who has a thought to share and distill the best ideas that come up and find a way to implement it on the basis of the consensus that is reached. So when that dialogue is held and the ideas are put forward, they will be put into a melting pot. Of course, one is not bound to take every advice that you get. But if what is said at the forum, the contributions that come, are contributions that can help to improve the system and ensure that ultimately the fundamental reason why the free SHS conversation came up, which is so that no Ghanaian child is left behind. If we can achieve that objective, I don't think that the pathway to doing it is necessarily a problem. You understand the point I'm making? If it is thought that you, Winston, myself, and Raymond here can pay for our children, so we should pay, and that the people in Abuenu or in Predu in Eeki or Romwa or Obukur cannot afford, and so they should be lent a helping hand. Why not? So I think that the way to proceed is not to take entrenched positions and pigeonhole people who express divergent opinion. Ultimately, everybody wants every Ghanaian child to go to school. Now, the contention is, how do we achieve this objective? Some say that there should be a blanket implementation of this thing, whether we have the money or not. Others say, no, tarry a bit. Let us do some means targeting. Let us ensure that those who can afford do not waste resources, so to speak, and that those who really need the help are the ones that we target to achieve it. These are conversations that we need to have, but it has to be had in a free and candid manner, devoid of any fears of pigeonholing and bastardization, simply because your views may not align with others. So the president is open-minded about this and wants to hear the various shades of opinion. But what he can guarantee is that no Ghanaian child is going to be left out on the basis of affordability or the lack of it thereof.
The NDC fought a certain thinking, which even the past president has said, review meant cancellation. So the NDC consistently reached the point, was not even using the word review.
Sure.
The NDC also said we would improve upon free SHS.
Absolutely.
The expectation is that no matter what you go through, this we would improve upon free SHS is still part of government policy.
Of course, the point is that Winston, Raymond, who in Ghana today can say boldly that we do not have problems with free SHS? Why do we owe 3 billion Ghana cedis? Why are we unable to feed the students? If everything was kosher, it was smooth sailing, and that there was nothing to worry about. The very idea that we have these problems means that we have to take a look at it again. Why are we having those difficulties that have emerged? The reason is simple, that there is a funding constraint. So how do we work around that to ensure that the objective of the policy is achieved, which is that the schools are well funded, the academic calendar is not disrupted, educational outcomes that are impressive, that are beneficial to us in the long run are achieved, and that every Ghanaian child is catered for one way or another. Now, the contention is how to achieve this.
Yeah.
Now, if a government starts a policy and it is obvious to everybody that there's a problem, chief among which is the inability to mobilize the resources to fund it in the way that it should be funded, I don't see why a conversation around it should lead to notions that the party that is criticizing the way that it's been done wants to cancel it. What would be President Mohammed's interest in depriving Ghanaian children an opportunity to go to school? Indeed, it is the number one duty of the state to ensure that every Ghanaian child has that opportunity. And President Mohammed is committed to doing so. So, no Ghanaian child in any way, shape, or form will be deprived an opportunity to go to secondary school on account of his inability to afford. That is the bottom line.
Can this government also guarantee everybody in this country that we can criticize policy, not only free SHS, but free SHS more importantly,
without suffering any retribution,
without any
Absolutely.
difficulty at all,
Absolutely.
without you seeing us as being opposing to state policy in ways? Or launching a campaign against it.
I am a stickler for free speech. You know, there are those who limit free speech to pleasant speech. That is when you praise me or say nice things about me that should be accepted. I don't believe that anybody who says anything, unless of course a clear red line is crossed, incitement to violence or some other form of infraction or case, should suffer any retribution. You see, speech can be pleasant, it can be harsh, but whether it is harsh or pleasant, nobody should suffer retribution. That's why I have an eternal opposition even to the way that courts use contempt. I have never agreed with it. In my view, it means that some people are setting themselves above others. Every public official is due for criticism, whether mild or harsh. You may not like it. It may ruin your day. It may get you depressed. But the people in whose name we exercise authority have more than earned the right to say what they feel about our performance or the lack of it. All government officials, whether they are in the executive, they are in parliament. Indeed, during our orientation, we were taken through a presentation, one of which related to contempt of parliament. I had major disagreements with. I don't see why, as a member of parliament, anybody should be dragged to parliament and held in contempt.
For being critical.
Simply because they've said that, for instance, a law we've passed is useless, or that they do not agree that even parliament should exist. People should be free to express their views. President Mahama is committed to same, and that's why you find that even people who have criticized him severely in the past have been appointed to play some role in this government. Indeed, I read Professor Kwesi Prempeh's post yesterday in recognition of his appointment to chair the Constitution Review Committee, and he made a point that he was quite a critic. I must say that he's a mild critic, but he was a critic nonetheless. There are others in there, Dr. Esi Ansah, who, by the way, is the daughter of PAV Ansah.
Yes, true.
Perhaps the fiercest critic of the PNDC NDC.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anybody who was more critical of PNDC NDC than him. Dr. Esi Ansah was part of Occupy Ghana. She was fiercely critical. Indeed, she was the one, if I'm not mistaken, who held aloft that placard that said that the king was naked during the Occupy Ghana protest. Subsequently, she took part in some public forum symposia and her views. I can bet you that President Akufo-Addo will never give a position of any form to somebody like that in his government. But President Mahama did not have a difficulty. In fact, all the people
that's also a way of winning people over.
No, it's not necessarily a way of winning. It simply means that we are going for
it's another way.
No, we are going for the best and brightest. We do not anticipate
that
Professor Kwesi Prempeh will suddenly become a sympathizer of the NDC simply because of this. He has gravitas. He's seen it all in life. He doesn't need this to be lured to follow the. I don't think that Dr. Esi Ansah will be tempted to join the NDC because of this.
But Felix,
the point, the fundamental point, is that under this administration, unless very clear red lines are crossed, nobody is going to suffer retribution for airing their views, whether pleasant or unpleasant.
Another issue people are waiting to hear the president on is illegal mining, Galamsey.
Yes.
Because it was a major campaign promise.
Yes, it is.
We started a campaign in the last, days to the elections. There were a lot of issues here and there because the feeling was that, why are you raising Galamsey? We continued because we wanted something to be done about it. The question has been asked, what is the president going to do? Why hasn't he said anything about it in 14 days? What are his plans? Under which ministry would the next fight be?
Oh, President Mahama is committed to the fight, and it will be a ruthless fight. Admittedly, it has not come up because other matters may have shot up onto the front burner because of the exigencies of the time. But he definitely abhors Galamsey and will be taking firm, stern, decisive action to tackle the problem. In the same way that matters like education, the economy have come up. Galamsey will come up. Of course, 14 days is simply not sufficient to broach every single subject that you campaign on. So I'm sure you appreciate the need to give him some time to settle in and get it.
Will LI 2462 allowing mining in forest reserves be repealed?
Well, I'm not able to say that for the president because he has not had that conversation with me. But I don't think that he has a difficulty with doing away with that LI because it is clearly inimical and it's not beneficial in any way to the people of Ghana.
Now, there was a long list of groups, about 52, that came out with different positions, very tough measures that ought to be taken. Is the NDC going to take some of these tough measures or go for a long approach of reform, all the things you have done?
No, I think that the actions that we take on Galamsey must be comprehensive in nature. You see, we cannot sprinkle some shallow policies on the matter and hope that it vanishes. You see, Galamsey is a deep-rooted problem. In the past, it was done by some frustrated youth who did not have any other employment opportunity in the past. Now, if it had remained just that, I'm sure that by now we would have overcome it. What has happened is that over time, there are powerful people in society spread across the entire strata who are profiting from this and are behind the people doing this. So it has become difficult. It's become hydra-headed. You know, you remove one problem out of the way, another one pops up. What has been lacking is a political will to take action that may even offend persons who support the political party that has produced a president who is taking that action. That is what President Akufo-Addo could not. That's the courage that he could not master. President Mahama has that courage. This is a man who has dealt severely with appointees, including some who were his friends. So he has no difficulty doing what has to be done. He believes in a roots and branches approach. Get rid of the problem comprehensively. Don't window dress. Don't dabble in some PR stunts and create the impression that you are dealing with this when the problem persists.
Talking about the problem persisting, I mean, you signed that statement that, concerning Obuasi. I want to understand why the decision that the company takes care of the injured and facilitates the burial of...
the simplest analogy I can give you, Winston, is as if you are driving and someone crosses you. You hit the person, he falls. Are you going to pause to ponder over whether or not it was his fault or it was yours before you come to his aid? The point is that lives have been lost. People have been critically injured. That has generated significant tensions between the community and the mining company. It is in the interest of Anglo-Gold Ashanti itself that these tensions are doused before the matter can be delved into to determine what happened. I would be surprised if the strategic decision makers in Anglo-Gold Ashanti themselves had not made up their minds to do this as a goodwill gesture, to diffuse the tensions, to pave way for a resolution to whatever difficulty or problems are manifesting in the violence that we saw. So I am also aware that when the incident occurred, as part of government's efforts to ensure that the tensions go down, even before we look into the matter, this suggestion was sold to Anglo-Gold. Some agreements were. So that statement was not issued in a vacuum. I believe strongly that the company itself was minded to do it, because I'll be surprised if they don't realize the strategic value of doing that, because they need peace of mind to be able to operate the mine. If every time there are people just across the fence hoping to break into the mines and take it over, they are not going to operate in an atmosphere of peace and candor. So people have misinterpreted that to mean that we have already found Anglo-Gold. No, that is not what it is. We believe that it will significantly help to lessen the tension so we can address the difficulty. But the point is that, you see, for instance, before
you continue, let me just say that we still have Felix Kwachofosu, who's acting presidential spokesperson, a member of parliament for Abra Sebu Kwamankese. It's 10 a.m., but we have 10 minutes extension, so we are continuing. Please go ahead with your point.
Yes, you see, there's a certain cavalier attitude that we are adopting as a nation towards human life. You see, the sanctity of human life is incontestable. It is not negotiable. There have been too many incidents involving security personnel and, if you like, irate youth that has ended or have ended in needless loss of lives. We went for elections in 2020. 8 people were gunned down. We were told that at the collation center there was some melee, and so the only way out was to gun down people, including 14, 15-year-olds. What possible threat can a 14-year-old girl pose to a collation process, for which reason she should be gunned down? In the 2024 elections, we have learned that another 5 lost their lives. I don't know the exact details, but I've heard that 5 people have died. A few years ago, there was an incident involving some Zongo youth and the police. 7 people were gunned down. Then we woke up one day, the military had carried out a swoop in Ashaman. I was one of the people who publicly criticized it and rounded up any and everybody who they perceived to be a criminal and mistreated them. Now, I can understand the frustration that people feel because of rising incidents of indiscipline and lawlessness and mob action. But despite that, we cannot have a policy where the first resort of security agencies is to gun down people. Because what that may mean in the long run is that, Winston, you can get into a spat with a soldier in traffic or a group of soldiers sitting in a pickup in traffic. They will gun you down and then say that you pulled out a gun. If we do not establish clear operational procedures and refine the rules of engagement to ensure that the use of lethal force is only the very last resort after everything else has failed, we are going to have a crisis on our hands.
Okay.
That is why government wants to look into the matter to make sure that because I've heard the alleged illegal miners say that when they were confronted with a certain level of force, they surrendered. Some have said that they knelt down and raised up their hands to show that they didn't mean any harm, and yet some of their colleagues were gunned down. That is what they are saying. What they are essentially accusing the armed forces of is extrajudicial killings. And any government that is concerned, the primary fundamental responsibility of every government is to secure the safety and security of every citizen. So when you hear that these incidents are happening, you cannot fold your arms and take the Ghana Forces statement, hook, line, and sinker, or Anglo-Gold Ashanti statement, hook, line, and sinker, look into it.
Yeah, so I want to come back to you and find out, the status of the investigation. When is it starting? When is it?
It started already. The national security.
When is it supposed to end?
Well, we've not given them any time. Because I think that
because I want to come back to you and ask, where's the report?
Yeah. Oh no. First of all, the order went out yesterday or the day before.
Okay.
I think that is only fair, given the circumstances of this situation.
Have you given them a
No,
timeline?
we've not given them a timeline. We believe that it will not be unreasonably long. They will not take more time that they need, but it will be done within reasonable limits. We expect that it comes in a couple of weeks, so that we are able to know exactly what happened. Mind you, it is not just looking into the matter. We also have to deal with the pressing problem of rising tensions, because you know that after the shooting incident itself, the youth went on rampage, which suggests underlying tensions between the community and the mining firm. That has to be dealt with as part of the resolution process.
Yes.
So I don't think that it is.
And talking about part of the resolution process, don't you think? Also knowing that when it comes to the constitutional review implementation committee, you've given them 5 months.
Yes.
So don't you think that would also
that is a controlled situation.
One minute. Would have also been interesting. For instance, once you're setting up this committee, you ask them how long it may take them, and you possibly would say within the next 3 months or so. So there's a timeline. At least they know within this period we're likely to get information.
Well, we cannot paint every situation with the same brush. Circumstances differ. In the constitutional process, it's something that we control. Understand me? There's no threat to anybody. There's no threat to life and property. In this particular instance, there's a serious problem of insecurity. There's the potential for tensions to be stoked. There's a potential for any spark to lead to further violence. So we have to work in ways that achieve the best outcomes. I don't think that rushing the security agencies into producing a report is the answer. The report must be comprehensive. We must deal with all the issues. We want to find out whether it is true that indeed the individuals involved were even illegal miners to begin with, or whether they acted in ways that endangered life and property.
National Security is investigating that.
Yes, they are looking into the matter as we speak. Yes. I've been in constant touch with the National Security Coordinator and the National Security Advisor. I've been in contact with the Anglo Ashanti itself and other stakeholders in the sector to ensure that this matter is dealt with in a manner that does not lead to a recurrence. That for me is even more critical. This thing should not happen again. We should not wake up one day and hear that 5 people have been killed because they rushed into a mine. Yes, we can rush into a mine, but I asked the question. Yesterday I posed the question to your sister station at Empire FM. As far as I know, the punishment for illegal mining is not summary execution. You understand the point I'm making? And as I indicated before, I understand the frustrations that people feel because of the lawlessness and the terrible degradation of the environment. But we cannot allow for a situation where human life begins to mean nothing, and that at the slightest hint of trouble, people must be gunned down. That must be checked. You lose your life only through lawful means if you've gone through a process and your guilt or otherwise has been determined. That is the system we want to establish, even though we appreciate that we need to protect life and property, and that the security of the security services themselves also has to be prioritized. But they have to resort to lethal force only as a last resort. So we want to see whether all the operational procedures were followed, whether the rules of engagement are proper, they have been well thought through to guarantee the safety and security of the very people that these people are supposed to protect. That is what we intend to achieve with this investigation.
Oral.
Yes.
What is government going to do with it? People have raised concerns about this legality. It was formed at the time that President Mahama was president-elect. What is the current status of Oral? Is it being converted into anything else? Are you expecting a report from it? Is it ever going to be dissolved?
I think that was clear. The statement I issued was clear on Oral, that they were a preparatory team. And so they are in the immediate aftermath, even before the elections, people like myself, President Mahama himself, had been inundated with claims and allegations of wrongdoing against various people. In opposition, beyond perhaps making it public and assisting you in the media to shed light on it, there was little that we could do. Once he was voted for, it was necessary to begin work to structure these complaints in a manner that would be beneficial to anybody who takes them over to look into through due process. Now, what was the best way to do this? We needed to establish a system. People should know where they can take what. And there should be a system or mechanism that makes sure that the things that come are substantial. We don't go and waste the time of law enforcement officials. In your private lives, or even in your lives as journalists, how many exposés has your FM not done?
True.
You have been behind some of the biggest exposés. Did you need any law passed to enable you do so? You don't prosecute. You don't invite anybody for questioning. You don't arrest anybody. All you do is to inform the Ghanaian public and perhaps relevant authorities that you have this information relating to corruption and that they should look into it. That is all that ORA is doing. So I'm surprised about the criticism about legality. We have not said anywhere that ORA can invite you, Raymond, and accuse you of doing ABCD and exact retribution against you. They cannot do that. They themselves are aware. Yeah. But there's nothing wrong with you, Raymond, waking up one day and taking a thick dossier on what you believe constitutes evidence of wrongdoing to ORA to look into. And I can tell you, they've had hundreds of leads, very substantive leads, not mere allegations. Some of them backed with credible evidence. And in due course, once the Attorney General takes office, he would have capacity to look into these matters, refer some to relevant investigation bodies, and they will look into it. But what would have happened is that we would have made it possible for a more structured approach to be adopted. And mind you, in the immediate aftermath of the election, a fluid situation arose. There is some lacuna. One of the things that perhaps we need to criticize ourselves as a country for is that we appear to be getting it right in terms of the election itself and how we conduct it. But post-election, there's too much of a gap. Nobody knows what to do. The security agencies are basically frozen into inaction. They don't want to offend the incoming government. They are not even sure whether they are staying or they are leaving. So they are unable to deal with many things. Because of that, people can take advantage of that gap and evade justice, evade scrutiny if you don't act quickly. So perhaps going forward, we should have a more structured approach. It appears that the transition bill needs to be improved to take care of the post-election period. Because I have been involved in this. Will be my second transition. I was involved as a green-eyed young man in 2009 in the transition process. It was a learning curve for me. This time round, I think there's been some improvement. It was less acrimonious and what have you, but there's still more to be done. Okay. If we had that system, there wouldn't be the need for this criticism. But I don't think that the critics of oil are being fair. It appears to me that they are setting their own questions and answering. Nobody has been invited. So if you say that they are illegal, what exactly is illegal? So Sami Odami, your producer, cannot walk up to me and say that, Honorable Kwachofosu, I have this information relating to wrongdoing. Do you know where I can take it? There's nothing wrong with that. It is only information gathering. Those who have the power to effect arrest are known. Those who have the power to take people to court and present evidence before a court of competent jurisdiction that wrongdoing has been done and so people should be punished are also there, and they will be handed over the evidence and they will look into it. It is entirely possible that all of the evidence that will be brought will not be found to have any merit and it will be jettisoned. It's also possible that a significant chunk will be deemed meritorious and will be acted upon. Okay. So I think that we should wait. No law has been breached, none. And indeed, those who are alleging illegality are unable to point to any law. They only say that oral members should not be speaking publicly. I don't know where that comes from. When did speaking about corruption become an issue? How is it even an issue? I thought that it was Justice Louis Brandes who said that sunlight is the best disinfectant. Felix, if you don't speak about corruption, how do you curb it? Felix, and why would, where's the final point? Why would anybody be worried if oral members speak about corruption? If you are not corrupt, why are you worried about an allegation of corruption? So I don't think that the criticisms are valid. They are not fair. It appears to me that some MPP members are in a hurry to drape oral in bad clothes so that people, as it were, lose confidence in the process as a means to achieving a certain end further down the line. That's all.
In 30 seconds, sure. Is President Mahama running away from this anti-LGBTQ
But I'm surprised
bill?
that you left it so late. Oh. You see, I got you to give me 2 or 3 more minutes because it's an important point. Okay. You see, what happened was that the Catholic Bishops' Conference, I think last week, paid a courtesy call on him. Indeed, I was in the meeting in my capacity as spokesperson. They brought about 5 items. They actually gave us a copy of the matters that they wanted to discuss. Key amongst them was the LGBTQ thing. They sought to know about the status and what the position of the president was. They also lamented the scrapping of the teaching of religious and moral education in the school curricula. They also spoke about the same thing I was talking about, the gaps in the post-election process, which leads to some of the difficulties that we have encountered. And I think 2 other issues. President Obama, in response, said that it is regrettable that President Akufo-Addo, through some injunctions in the courts, was unable to assent to the bill. Because of that, the bill has expired. That means that the process has to be restarted. Critically enough, he added, and if you look at the tape, if you read the tapes, you see, I'm sure your correspondents were there. He said that he believes that this time it should not be a private member's bill, but it should be a government-sponsored bill. That's what he said. How does a man who wants to run away from this bill insist that his government should give weight to the bill when he goes back to Parliament for processing? And then he agreed with the lamentation of the Catholic bishops over the scrapping of the study of RME in schools. He said that if religious and moral education were still on our books and what was being taught in school, perhaps there would not be a conversation about LGBT because we will hone the right caliber of people imbued with the proper values.
So the state would now send that bill to Parliament.
So when it goes back, it will have the weight of the state. It will be a government-sponsored bill, not the prime minister's bill. President Mahama made it clear.
So the state will send that bill to
That is what President
Parliament.
Mahama told the Bishops' Conference. Catholic Bishops' Conference.
And we should expect it when?
Well, of course, again, it's only been 2 weeks.
No,
it takes quite a bit of time. But I'm sure that eventually
come back. You see, the good thing is that
one timeline so that we can hold
it.
He
gave us 120 days. Hold on a minute. 120
Yes.
days. You see, nobody has complained about
because the time has not elapsed. Absolutely. Even today's conversation about the final list of so you are unable to say anything because today is only the 21st.
Exactly. So
the day has not ended.
So good. So I like the timelines. So that I hold you accountable to the time that you give me.
Of course, the timelines will be set by the boss himself, the president. Once he does that, I will be more than happy to let the world know. As we speak, he has not discussed timelines, but it will not be. If you look at the pace at which he's going, this constitutional review thing, he's done it in his second week.
Yeah,
he has set up other systems and mechanisms. In fact, there are some that he did even before he became president. So it gives an indication of a man who wants to get things done quickly. So he will not delay unduly, except that due process has to be followed.
Our time is up. Thank you very much, Felix Kwachofos, who is acting presidential spokesperson and MP for Abra Asebu Kwame. So that's all from us this morning here on the Super Morning Show. I'm Winston Amu. I've been here with Raymond Aqua. Have a lovely day.
Where did I? Now, I don't know when I just saw. Obiang, what's the chroma? Ain't you want to say petrol software and